please. Good morning, everybody. Today's proceedings are going to be live streamed after a 10-minute delay. Those with mobile devices may use them to say what they have heard in the hearing room, but only after 10 minutes have elapsed since the event that they're describing. Those devices may not be used for recording or photography. We are likely to have slightly more frequent and slightly longer breaks because of Mrs. Reel's possible difficulties. But let us see.
Thanks. If you could repeat after me, please. I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please take a seat.
Please sit down, Mrs. Reel. And if at any stage you want a break, just say so, and I will rise immediately.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I do solemnly,
Sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mrs. Reel. My name is Nazmeen Imambakis, and I'll be asking you questions on behalf of the inquiry. Firstly, thank you very much for attending today and assisting the inquiry with your evidence. It is much appreciated. I will be asking you a number of questions. My questions are intended to be short and simple, but if you have any difficulty with my questions, I can rephrase them or repeat them for you. Please let me know. And as the Chair has indicated, if at any time you require a break, please let me know. I'm going to first deal with your statements. So could you please give your full name?
Sukhdev Reel.
And you have provided 3 statements to the inquiry.
Yes.
The first one consists of 3 pages and is dated the 30th of May 2024.
Yeah.
And you can confirm on the 3rd page you have signed it and it's dated.
Yes, I have.
Your second witness statement has 76 pages.
Yes.
It's dated the 18th of June 2025.
Yes.
And you can confirm that on the last page you have signed and it's dated.
18th of June 2025.
And the third statement consists of 2 pages and is dated the 24th of November 2025. And again, you can confirm on the 2nd page you've signed it and it's dated.
Yes, I did.
And you've had an opportunity to read all 3 statements.
Yes, I did.
And you can confirm that what's in the statements, the content is true to your belief.
Yes, I do.
Are you happy for them to be taken as evidence at this inquiry?
Yes, I do.
Sir, may I ask that all 3 statements be read into evidence?
Certainly.
If I may now turn to your daughter, Tish Reel, who is here to support you in your evidence. Ms. Reel, you've also provided 1 statement to the inquiry. It consists of 62 pages, correct?
Yes.
On the last page, you can confirm that is your signature.
Yes.
And if I ask you that the statement is all true, you do have 1 correction to make on the last page?
I do. It says 27th June 2026 when it should read 27th of June 2025. It's a typo.
Say for that 1 amendment, have you had an opportunity to read your statement?
I have.
And you accept to the best of your knowledge that is true?
I do.
So once more, can Ms. Tish Reel's statement be read into evidence? Mrs. Reel, I'm now going to focus on you. Just to signpost on today's evidence, the topics I will be covering will include, firstly, about your son, Ricky Reel, and your family. Then Ricky's disappearance. I will then move on to the multiple investigations into his death. then the Justice for Ricky Reel campaign, which you set up. I'll move on to other campaigns and families associated with. And then the last two topics is about the undercover police surveillance and specific events and the impact it's had on you and your family. Your statements that you provided does address your experience of your loss of Ricky, your ongoing fight for justice and the truth, and to seek accountability for the failed multiple police investigations into his death. So on that background, I want to first discuss Ricky and your family. Could UCPI 38821 be put on the screen, chaired at IA2? Mrs. Reel, this is one of your exhibits from your first statement. It's chapter 1 of your book. If we can turn to page 23 and zoom into the photo. Mrs. Reel, this is a photo of Ricky. It's right to say that Ricky was born on the 11th of July 1977.
Yes.
And how old is he in this photo?
He was 20 at the time.
If I can put, there's a same document, page 14, another photo, if that can be put next to this photo of Ricky.
Could we just pause for a moment? I think my mum might need to put her hearing aid in. I think she's having difficulty hearing.
Of course.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, please don't worry.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Reel, can you hear me properly now?
Yeah, but you still need to speak a bit louder because I don't think it's working very well.
Very well. So we've put up a second photograph.
Yeah.
And is that of Ricky and his siblings?
Yeah, that's Ricky. And my daughter. Yeah. That was the cheeky grin he always had.
May I continue?
Yeah, please do. Yeah, thank you.
It's right to say that Ricky was the second oldest out of 4 children.
Yes.
Could you tell us what Ricky was like as a son?
A son any mother would be proud of. He did well at school. He went to a local school, did really well there. And all his teachers have written reports, admired him, that when the children used to go out in the playground, he used to stay behind and help other children who needed help. And the same thing happened in the secondary school. He was mad about computers. In fact, he taught me how to use a computer. And when I couldn't use it properly, he used to say, "Mom, please concentrate. Don't think about cooking. Don't think about this. Concentrate on using a computer." And I remember one day, he passed the driving test before his older sister, so he was always showing off. And I became ill, and he took me to the hospital. And he had his exams the next day. And I told him to leave me at the hospital and go home to study. And he said to me, "No, Mum, I can always take exams the next year, but I won't get another mum like you." He was always helping his sisters because he had a car, going to libraries, help me with shopping, help his dad. He was like, it wasn't a son and father relationship, it was more like friends. He did really well at school, and then he went to uni. He was in Loughborough University for 2 weeks. He didn't like to be away from home. Then he transferred to Brunel, where we studied for 2 years, and he did really well there. Then he was working as part of his degree at a London firm, and his employer in there say that he was really good, didn't take any time off. In fact, when he died, the employer found his bag where he was doing far more than he was supposed to do. And I had people coming to me, like one of the lady down the road, because Ricky used to go out running every morning, and she told me, "Your son, she worked nights," she said, "I used to get off the bus, and Ricky, if he ever saw me running, he would come to me and say, 'Auntie, give me your bags, I'll walk you home.'" And my next door neighbor told me that he helped him make the speakers for the carnival and carried them. And people were and in school he took part in various dramas, and he did one where it says responsibility in and out of the house. He was a responsible child I could rely on, but he had a cheeky smile that attracted everyone. And he used to, both my girls used to always have discussions about programs or about fashion and about other things, and he used to stand in the corridor, listen to them, and slowly crawl into their rooms. And that's where they would be discussing, and you could leave them for hours. Everybody had their own opinions. So he was very social, but at the same time, he was very shy. He wasn't the sort of person who was going out every time. The one day, he did come out, and I encouraged him to go out. I was pleased that he was finally going out. It's the day he never came back. And I carried this guilt with me that I didn't stop him from going out that night. And that guilt stays with me all throughout my life. Do you want to say anything? I can talk about Ricky all day long, but I think I'll stop here.
Mrs. Reel, as you mentioned the night he disappeared, I would like now to move on to that night. And I understand it's a difficult topic, so if anytime you need a pause, please let me know. Before Ricky went missing, is it fair to say that you didn't have any previous dealings with the police?
I didn't have any previous dealings with the police, but I worked as a senior homeless persons officer at local authority. And yes, I was helping my clients who were being faced with homelessness, domestic violence, other kind of violence. And there were contacts just by the phone, this and this has happened, or that was it, but no real involvement in the police force. And I thought on that day as well that they were there to support me, not to help me.
The documents can be removed from the screen, thank you. Ricky went missing on the 14th of October 1997, and it's right to say that at the time he was 20 years old?
Yes.
And you and your family were living in West London?
Yes.
And as you mentioned, Ricky was a student at Brunel University, and it's right to say that during the period he was undergoing a work placement for a year at Open Mind Design, which you said was in London. If I can go to the background of the evening. So that evening, Ricky had gone out with 3 of his Asian friends. And the 4 of them went to Kingston upon Thames. Is that correct?
Yes.
They intended to go to a nightclub called Options, which was holding a Diwali night gig. And Ricky had told you that he would be home by 1 a.m, which he also told his friends that he had told you that as well. But as you said, that Ricky didn't return home that night, and you spent the whole night waiting on the stairs for him. The next morning, on the 15th of October 1997, you contacted West Drayton Police Station, and you were told that because Ricky was over the age of 18, you would have to wait 24 hours, as that's their police missing persons policy. In your witness statement, the second witness statement at paragraph 30 to 42, you set out the efforts you, your family, and Ricky's friends made to get the police to look into Ricky's disappearance on the 15th of October. And it's right to say that throughout the day, you were trying to get help from the police, and you managed to convince them to speak to one of Ricky's friends. It was Police D who spoke to Ricky's friend, and again, you explained this at paragraph 34 and 35 of the statement. That friend had told the police that when they were walking into the town centre after they had parked the car in Downhill Road, 2 white men started shouting racial abuse at Ricky and his friends. It turned into an altercation where the white men attacked them and punches were thrown at them. It was at this point that Ricky and his friends then ran away, but in different directions, to get away from the attack. And it's right to say that was the last time Ricky's friends saw him. During the day, you were speaking to both West Drayton Police Station and Kingston Police Station. Is it fair to say that you had concerns that the police were not doing enough to investigate Ricky's disappearance?
Yes. If I would like to go back,
Yeah.
the day Ricky went missing, like you said, I spent all night sitting on the stairs, and I kept on ringing the hospitals, local hospitals, to see if, because they were in a car, I thought maybe they had a car accident. But when I contacted the police, I was told that they won't take my statement and they won't come and see me. When I phoned them the second time, they said they had already sent a police officer to my house, that I had refused to open the door. But I was sitting near the door and I did not see any police officer come to my house. A few minutes later, the police officer did come, and he told me that I was given the wrong address. So at that time, I did not know what was happening with my son and his friends. So we managed to trace one of Ricky's friends who was not with him that night. So the police officer spoke, I gave that number, Ricky's friend's number, to the police officer, who spoke to Ricky's friends. And then it wasn't Ricky's friends, it was a police officer who told me that Ricky and his friends were racially attacked. So the racial attack did not come from Ricky's friends in the first instance, it came from a police officer. So he said, well, Ricky and his friends were racially attacked. And I said to him, I am worried because the 3 friends are back at home and my son is missing. So it's common sense, if 4 people are attacked, 3 are back at home, one's missing, so that person is in danger. So could you please take a statement and investigate? He turned around and said to me, no. He said, my policy is that we have to wait for 24 hours before we could take a statement from you. So I said to him, why aren't you taking a statement now? My son is missing. I know he's in danger because of the racial attack. And the second thing is that Ricky always did things whenever he told me, like, for example, he said to me he'll be home at 1 o'clock. I knew he would be home by 10 to 1. We didn't need a clock or a watch in the house. He was that precise. Anyway, so then he went away. He did not take any statement, anything at all. By that time, we asked Ricky's friends to come to us because West Drayton said we didn't want to know. So that was it. So my brother's friend was an ex-police officer. So he told us that if West Drayton not going to deal with it, go to Kingston, because the incident happened in Kingston. So my husband and Ricky's friends who were with him that night went to Kingston police station and reported Ricky missing there. Ricky's friends who had injuries on their faces were with them. And my brother and my husband asked them to take a statement. We were very concerned about Ricky missing. But instead of taking a statement, the police officer who was there, who had been in the Met Police for 30 years, so you would think he was an experienced police officer, turned around and said to us, you may be arranging an arranged marriage for Ricky because that's what you Asian people do. And then he turned around and he said, your son may be gay. He's run away from home because he doesn't want you to know. And then he winked and he said, well, he may have a girlfriend the family don't approve of, as Asian families do. That was his assumption, and that's why he decided to run away. So we were turned away from the Kingston police station as well. My brother said to him, here's Ricky's photograph. We know that there was trouble at Kingston town center that night. Some of the Asian youths were attacked. Could you at least go, we know that you have some people down there. Could you go and see if Ricky is downstairs, maybe, there? And very reluctantly, he went there and he said, no, it's not Ricky. Nobody of that description is there. And we can't help you, more or less, we can't take a statement. If you can't find Ricky, after 24 hours, come back to us. So from then on, we knew a racist label was placed on our forehead. They were not interested in looking for Ricky because Asian families, in their opinion, do not deserve justice, do not deserve the equal amount of investigation like anybody else. So that was it. So from then on, we knew that it was up to us to find Ricky. And for 7 days, we did. We went to out into Kingston every morning. Times didn't sleep at all. Kept on roaming around in Kingston with leaflets printed on Ricky's computer saying if someone has seen Ricky. And we did not see a police officer there looking for Ricky. And in fact, there were lots of people who joined in our search looking for Ricky, and people were really angry. People were really angry at us. People were angry at the police. People were angry at us because they said, you should be sitting at home. Looking after your children, because my youngest child was at 11 years old at the time. And you should be, and the police should be doing this, not you.
Mrs. Wiggle, I'm going to ask you a few questions about everything you've just explained, just to get a bit more information, if that's okay. If I can first deal with the police's conduct. You've set it out in your statement, but if I can just summarise it, that it's fair to say that you considered their response to be inadequate.
Yes.
And that you consider the police had not properly investigated Ricky's disappearance. They had not searched for Ricky's body, had they, during that 7 days?
Sorry?
They had not searched for Ricky's body.
Yeah.
They had taken months to speak to witnesses. They had not properly looked at CCTV footage. And they did not carry out any forensic examination on Ricky's clothes.
Or the scene of where his body was found.
Or at the scene. I'm going to go more into the detail about the police conduct, but if I can focus on the day that you found out, when the police found Ricky's body. Ricky's body was found on a... Are you okay, Mrs. Reel?
Yes, I'm fine, thank you.
May I continue?
Thank you.
Ricky's body was found on the 21st of October. So it was, like as you said, 7 days later. And at the time, you were at Southall Monitoring Group. And just to clarify, the day on the 15th of October, the day Ricky went missing, it's right to say that you had contacted Suresh Grover. He was the co-director of Southall Monitoring Group, and your local MP, John MacDonald, for help in searching for Ricky.
Well, the police were not listening to us, and we wanted someone to help us. And I contacted Suresh because I've heard of him and I've met him before. And Suresh came in, listened to us, and then he went and spoke to my MP, John MacDonald, and they both came in. And they have been by my side ever since. And without their support, I don't think I would be sitting here today.
So, going back to the day you found out, so you were at Southall Monitoring Group, and it was a superintendent who had told you that they had found Ricky's body. At the same time, your children were at home, and it's correct to say that 2 family liaison officers attended your home and told your children about finding Ricky's body without you or your husband present.
Yeah, I remember that day very well. I was with Suresh because we had gone to, I think, some sort of press meeting was arranged. And we went there on the 21st of October, I think. Yeah, sorry. And while I was there, Suresh received a phone call from the police saying, "Give Mrs. Reel there because we have some news for her." And I thought maybe they found my son and were coming to sort of say, well, he's fine, he's in hospital or whatever. And I phoned my daughter, and because I was never at home, I used to keep contact with my family, with my children over the phone. And I phoned my daughter saying, the police are coming to tell us something. Are you okay? Are all of you okay? And she was talking, and then the line that went dead, and I tried phoning, still couldn't get through. And I asked Suresh to phone my daughter, and there was no connection. And at that time, the police officers came in, and he said that they discovered Ricky's body from the bottom of the river. I don't remember much. I think I passed out, and all I remember is somebody pulling me from under the table. And when I come around, I think it was my husband pulling me under the table, and his hands and his arms were shaking. And I was put in the car, and all throughout the journey, I was thinking about how I was going to break this news to my children, because I have been promising them that I will bring their brother home. And when I got home, one look at their faces showed me that there was something wrong there.
When my mum when my parents had been at South Monitoring Group, they were planning to do a press release. It was the first formal press release that we were going to do, and so it was a big deal. I had been at home with my older sister and my younger brother, who was 11 at the time. I was 17, and I was waiting for the family liaison officer who had been involved over several days during that 7-day period. She was due to come and collect my sister and I so that we could go and purchase a shirt similar to the one Ricky had used for a potential witness appeal. I saw her pull up outside the house. I was sat by the phone, which was by the front of the house, by the window that overlooked the outside of the house. I saw her pull up with another PC, and she came in. I was on the phone to my mum at the time. At that point, my mum didn't know that Ricky's body had been found. The family liaison officer came into the home where my sister and my younger brother were, and a cousin, and my elderly aunt, and she came in and she pulled out the phone socket from the wall, because we didn't use mobile phones then.
The police officer did, yeah.
Yeah, so the police officer pulled out the phone cord from the wall, which meant I hung up abruptly. The call was ended abruptly to my mum, which was quite distressing for both of us. And then she turned to my siblings and I and said quite callously and coldly, without any emotion, using the exact words, "We found your brother's body at the bottom of the river." And my 11-year-old brother was in the room. And I said, "Are you sure it's him?" And she said, "Yes, we found some identification on him. It's definitely him." And then she went to the corner of the room where I'd been sitting where the phone was, and her and the PC were cracking jokes in the corner and laughing. I don't know what was so humorous. And whilst they did that, I had an asthma attack. They didn't bother to help me. I had to crawl up the stairs to go and get my asthma inhaler. My sister went into shock, and my little brother was just walking around, didn't know what to do. And my parents weren't there, and they came home sometime later that day.
When I came home, the children told me what had happened. They couldn't relate to the word used by the police to an 11-year-old child, that the body of your brother, we found a body of your brother from the bottom of the river. And he just stood there, and I went near him, he flinched. It was just like a stone standing there. And my other daughter, elder daughter, was just standing there with a tray, glass of water on a tray, didn't know what she was doing. And the two police officers laughing and joking as if she told me that she had to crawl on her stairs like a dog to get her inhaler. She told the police officers where the inhaler was in her bedroom. Could someone please get it? They didn't. She would have died that day as well. So I told them to get out of my house. So in my view now, looking back, they were planted there to get information about the family, what we were doing, how many people were there. Because every time they came in, I asked them what was the update of the case. They didn't know, but they wanted to know who was there, what was their relationship, whether when we come to your house as Asian families, do we need to take our shoes off or not? So from very beginning, an Asian family's label was put on our heads, and that's how they treated us.
We can now move on to the number of investigations into Ricky's death. There's been quite a few, so I'm just briefly going to go through them. We've been through the concerns about the initial investigation, so that the first investigation into Ricky's death was dealt by West Drayton Police Station and Kingston upon Thames Police Station. Now, due to your concerns of the first investigation, on the 20th of November 97, through your solicitors, you made a formal complaint to the Police Complaints Authority, the PCA.
Yes, we did.
And this led to Surrey Police starting an investigation, firstly into the Metropolitan Police initial investigation into Ricky's disappearance and death, and that was on 16th of December, but they also had a brief investigation into Ricky's death themselves.
It was brief because they asked to take over the investigation because of the concerns that we had regarding the officer that was overseeing the initial investigation, but the Met Police refused to allow Surrey Police, who were acting under the PCA, to take over the investigation. They refused. They wouldn't hand it over.
And it's right to say that the PCA investigation concluded on the 10th of September, and you received a letter from the PCA dated the 15th of February 1999, which sets out its finding. Can UCPI 38555 please be put up? Chair, that's at AI 13. So this is the letter, Mrs. Reel, that you received. Can we focus on the first page and the last paragraph? I'm just going to read it out for you, Mrs. Reel. It says, the investigation has found that there were weaknesses and flaws within the organisational structure and policy, and I will address these later. Within these flaws, within this flawed organisational framework, the investigation has found your allegations of neglect of duty in respect of PCD, PCH, and Detective Superintendent Moffat to be substantiated as follows. The letter proceeds to set out the failings, and you also addressed this in your witness statement at paragraph 190 to 260, your second statement. If we can move to page 4 of this document. Page 4. So under the subheading 5, racial issues, if we can go to the third paragraph under the heading. So after setting out the failures, the letter reads, sadly, you do not receive from the Metropolitan Police the professional standard of service which you have every right to expect, but this is for the most part attributable to organisational failings rather than to neglect on the part of any of the of any particular officer. So that was the PCA complaint. How did you feel when you received this letter?
We were we were unhappy is probably an understatement. Disgusted is probably closer to the truth, because we had worked with the PCA. We'd been re-interviewed and relived the events with the PCA. When this letter came through, whilst it was in some ways reassuring that they'd upheld the majority of our complaint, we were concerned that all we were given after almost a year of work by the PCA was a 2-page summary letter, and we weren't permitted to see the actual PCA report at that time.
Can the document please be put down? Following this, there was a second main investigation looking into Ricky's death, and this was carried out by the Racial and Violent Crime Task Force, headed by DAC John Grieve. Mrs. Reel, you addressed this investigation at paragraph 133 to 142 of your second statement. The investigation was from the 1st of November 1998 to the 12th of March 1999. And it's right to say that at the conclusion of this investigation, the police concluded that the identified lines of inquiry had been exhausted, but with no fresh leads or investigations to pursue. Following this, on the 8th of February 2000, you made a second complaint to the PCA. And this complaint was about a senior officer, DCI Hill, who was part of that investigation. And you addressed this at paragraph 143 to 144 of your statement. The PCA did find no formal misconduct proceedings were justified against DCI Hill. Mm-hmm. Following this, there was an inquest held on the 1st of November 1999, and that lasted for 6 days. The verdict was an open verdict, but it's right to say that the police were looking for an accidental death. So, Mrs. Reel, how do you feel about the police still maintaining their version of what happened to Ricky during the inquest?
I feel very angry about it because we had numerous meetings with the police where they told us that they were looking at every kind of inquiry, every type of inquiry. But we found out later on that parts of our documents that were provided to the police, it came clear during the inquest that they were not handed over. Or Mr. Moffat kept on saying at the inquest that I wasn't aware of this document, or Mrs. Reel didn't tell me this, whereas the log kept by the police all these documents were logged in there. So, I don't know, does you want to take over?
So the inquest was a jury inquest. We had to lobby extremely hard to get a jury inquest and to get funding for representation at that inquest because jury inquests were not the norm. But the reason we lobbied so hard is because we knew already, and by this time Greaves and his team were already on board, and the signs were there, that even the second investigation, like the first, was flawed and was racist in its approach. The team, when they came on board under Grieve, under CO24, told us that they would approach the investigation with an open mind. It was clear from comments made when the police gave evidence, and the police were at that time being directed by the original investigating officer from the first investigation, as well as the second team under Greaves, that the counsel for the police were being instructed to seek an accidental finding. Sue Hill in the evidence box gave evidence to say that in her view, this was just a tragic accident and nothing more. And they over and over again in evidence and in submissions to the inquest to the jury invited the jury to find an accidental death verdict. And in press articles around the time, which were exhibited to my statement, it was clear that that was the line, that was the finding that the police were seeking, despite assuring us that they'd approached us with an open mind. And it was also apparent during the course of the inquest that the police, there were missing documents. There were lines of inquiry that hadn't in fact been followed up, including lines of inquiry relating to the bus and the conductors at the time. And that information we found out at the inquest. The police themselves had been passed evidence, so names of potential witnesses who may have been witnesses to what happened to Ricky in his last moments, had been passed on to the police. We had a documentary trail showing it had been passed on to the police. The police, even at the inquest, 2 years after Ricky's death, hadn't followed up those inquiries and were unaware of them until our own counsel introduced into evidence that that information had been passed on to the police, and it just sat on the police file for 2 years. So, we had no confidence whatsoever in the police before we went into the inquest. We had even less when we left, and they asked the jury to find a accidental death verdict. But fortunately, because we had a jury, that was rejected.
Can I come back to the inquest, because a couple of points that need explaining here. I always thought that you go to an inquest to find out how or what happened to your child. Maybe that's what I thought. When we went there, it was a very hostile environment, very, very hostile environment. The police knew that Suresh has been by my side all throughout. And my brother, we all attending same meetings and everything. But they were taken away. They were told to go and wait in another room. So I was alone sitting there with my husband. Both of us were lost. We didn't know, the questions being asked and everything. And the coroner made a comment which was irrelevant, which should not have been asked. And he said to me, Mrs. Reel, you were attending the Lawrence inquiry. And I said, yes, because I have been attending Lawrence inquiry every day. And he said to me, could you tell me, who did you speak to and said that your son was murdered? He said, I'm going to make inquiries about this. So I said, well, I was talking to people, and there were lots of people coming to me saying, your son was murdered. What are you going to do about it? What is the police going to do about it? And then the coroner made a joke, which I have never forgotten. Because Ricky's friends went to Kingston Police Station to show them their injuries on their faces where they were hit. The coroner turned around and said, well, the boys have said that after they left the nightclub, they had kebabs. So the coroner said, well, the injuries were nothing then, because they were able to eat kebabs. Is that normally what happens in the jury or at the inquest? And to find out this, we were denied legal aid. We had to get our own money to pay for all the legal bills and everything. So not only did I lose my child, I lost a lot more.
Just in relation to the inquest, there was a lot of publicity around the inquest. We had press releases, there was a candlelight vigil on the first day, and there was a huge public presence outside and in the public gallery as well. And I just think it's quite telling that we were told that the object of spying was to do with public disorder. And you would have thought then that given that public presence, all that publicity, all that press, the vigil, that there would have been some surveillance reports around the inquest, but there isn't anything. And that to me speaks volumes that there are documents that existed and have been shredded or haven't been disclosed.
I was always told by the police to go back to work because I took 6 months off, and I traveled all over the country, attending meetings, conferences and everything, speaking about Ricky's case. And I was told by the police to return to work, look after my children, because in their view, they saw an Asian woman confronting them, and in their opinion, Asian women should be tied to the kitchen.
Mrs. Reel, you've just spoke about how the police dealt with you. Can I just ask, did you ever hear any overt racist comments made by the police towards you and your family?
Yes.
Could you elaborate?
Well, wasn't this racist, where the police said, you arrange arranged marriages, or your son is gay? Or have you ever heard of a case where the police have broken news to a sibling to an 11-year-old child? I haven't heard about that. But in my case, it happened. Why did it happen?
They also, Mum was the spokesperson for the family. My dad speaks limited English. English is very much a second language for him. My mum was the one who was communicating to the police officers, talking to them, I was. But whenever they spoke to my parents, they always addressed my dad. And it was clear that they assumed that in Asian families, you address the male because the male's the head of the family. They would look past my mum, speak over her, literally speak over her because she's so short. It was clear that that was because they assumed this is how Asian families operate.
And my husband used to ask me, why are they telling me this? But you are the one who's asking questions. So what were they trying to do? I don't know. What was their agenda?
And at the very beginning of the investigation, and this continued as a theme throughout and continues, they were unwilling to link the racist attack to Ricky's disappearance. They were investigated separately within the first 7 days of Ricky's disappearance. They failed to link the racist attack as a factor that increased his risk as a missing person, which should have meant they didn't have to wait the 24 hours. The original investigating officer was at pains to tell us initially that the racial element had nothing to do with the separation, even though Ricky disappeared immediately following, within minutes, seconds of the racial attack. And that, unfortunately, that theme of trying to dissociate the racist attack from Ricky's disappearance continued throughout the initial investigation and contaminated and polluted the second investigation, who took that up and ran with it. So if that's not overt racism, I don't know what is.
And also, sorry, I keep on interrupting, sorry. Also, because of the 2 police stations involved, whenever I contacted West Drayton, I was told to ring Kingston. And when I rang Kingston, they said, no, it's at West Drayton, because each one were trying to save their resources. And with Ricky missing within 24 hours, I was told by Kingston Police that they have closed the investigation. And I said, why? He's still missing. And they said, we don't have resources to investigate your son's disappearance.
If I can ask one more question about the inquest. Following the open verdict, you had a meeting with the Metropolitan Police on the 4th of February 2000 to see what further efforts will be made into Ricky's death. Since then, what efforts have been made by the police to look into Ricky's death?
The police told us that the investigation at that time would be reactive as opposed to proactive. Frankly, that wasn't anything new to us. It had always been reactive. It was always a case of the family bringing the information to the police, saying, can you follow this up? During the course of the years that followed, up until today, we have made various appeals and off our own back, try to follow up various things. But there is a limit to what we as individuals, as a grieving family, can do. We don't hold the resources and we don't hold the technology that the police hold, and we've taken that information, as we should, to the police and asked them to follow up on various things. But whether they were followed up satisfactorily or not is a separate issue. After substantial lobbying on the part of our family, people who've supported our family from day one, including Suresh's monitoring group, our MP John McDonnell, the Cold Case Review agreed to undertake a review of Ricky's case, and unfortunately that wasn't undertaken satisfactorily either.
I need to bring something in. Sorry, that's how my memory works. After the inquest, a reporter phoned me and she said, she was quite horrified. And she asked me why I had given permission to Mr. Moffat to print photos taken of Ricky during the post-mortem. So we were not aware at that stage, because we received a letter from the police saying post-mortem complete, no organs removed from his body. But unfortunately, we found out from that reporter that Mr. Moffat had arranged for another post-mortem to be carried out without a knowledge on Ricky, where he removed skin from Ricky's body, took photographs, retired, took these photographs home, and contacted, which newspaper was it?
Sunday Times.
Sunday Times. And spoke to the reporter for 4 hours, showed her the photographs, and he wanted her to print his side of the story with...
Moffat was the original investigating officer. Unbeknownst to us, he continued to investigate the case when the second investigation took over, thereby effectively polluting the second investigation that took place under Greaves. Some years after the inquest, my mum received a phone call from a reporter saying that Moffat, who had retired, taken early retirement to avoid action being taken against him following the findings of the PCA complaint, he'd taken early retirement to avoid punishment, effectively being held accountable. He took it very personally that his theory that Ricky had fallen into the river accidentally had been disproved and rejected at the inquest 2 years after Ricky died in '99, when we received an open verdict rather than accidental death. He took it very personally, and he contacted a reporter, and the reporter was clear that he had taken photographs taken of Ricky at a post-mortem that Moffat, during his time in the investigation, had authorised without the family's consent, without the family's knowledge. During that post-mortem, he instructed the pathologist to remove all of Ricky's skin. The fact that this third post-mortem had taken place was unknown to us until 2 years after Ricky's death, and it came out during the inquest in 1999. He had taken those photographs, stripping Ricky of his dignity completely, into his retirement, kept it at home with his personal belongings where he and his family live. And he had contacted the reporter, asking her to publish those photographs in the Sunday Times, a national newspaper, alongside an article. He wanted the Sunday Times to write, to tell his side of the story being that we were a thorn in the Met Police's side, that we had wasted public funds on the inquest and on investigations, and to try and convince the reporter that Ricky's death was accidental, despite, I would say, the inquest findings to the contrary. So when you ask what further efforts were made by the police to find out what happened to Ricky, contrary to making efforts to actually find out what happened to Ricky, there was subversion going on behind the scenes, trying to actually do things like this to take attention away from finding Ricky's killers and turning the attention to my mum and try and create, vilify her, essentially. And that was taking focus and resources away from actually finding Ricky's killers. So it was quite the opposite.
When I found this out, I remember I was home on my own, and I remember opening the window and trying to climb out. I just wanted to kill myself, simply because I did not want my children reading this article in the newspaper, and then other children teasing my children about what had happened. And if this is the type of policing in this country, then who needs police officers?
They were spying on us as a family at a time when we were grieving. But under the police's own nose, under the Met's own nose, one of their own officers was able to take investigatory material, sensitive material, home with him into retirement.
And Suresh saw the photographs because I phoned Suresh. He saw the photographs. He contacted my lawyers. At that time, my lawyer was Sadiq Khan as well. He spoke to the journalist, and they asked me if I wanted, and the police went to Moffat's house, Mr. Moffat's house, and they found the photographs, but he still walked away because he came under the same umbrella as the other police officers. He was never prosecuted. Could we take a break, please?
Yes,
Thank you.
I think everyone would like a break of 20 minutes, would they
Thank
not?
you. Thank you,
Is that
sir.
that long enough?
That's fine,
All right.
thank you.
Okay.
All rise.
Mrs. Reel, I now want to move on to the topic of Justice for Ricky Reel campaign. The campaign was set up on the 22nd of October 1997. Can you hear me okay, Mrs. Reel?
Thank you.
In your statement, you explained that the campaign was set up out of desperation. Could you elaborate why you set up the campaign?
Because all the conversations, all the contacts we were making with the police, we were not getting any feedback. And we were ignored most of the time, or given incorrect information. One police station saying we said this, the other one saying no. So we set up the campaign to gather information which will help us to determine how Ricky died. And because the main purpose of this campaign is to find out the truth as to what happened to my son. And it was difficult to set it up because I'd never been in that position before. And it's something not people set up just because they want to set up a campaign. It is a lot of hard work, and it involves a lot of money as well. And it involved different things like meetings, vigils, petitions, public meetings, and working with other justice campaigns. And that was it. That's the reason. The main reason was just to find out what happened to Ricky.
And who was involved in the campaign?
Well, initially it was my family and Suresh Grover and my MP and my brother. And later on, we take Mike. And yeah, these were ones. And every time we made any decisions at all about anything at all, we discuss it among ourselves.
You set up. You explained why the reason you set up the campaigns, and you stated that it was for the truth. Could you elaborate further on what the purpose of the campaign was?
Do you want to come in?
The purpose of the campaign was, it was set up it wasn't optional. There was no choice, and there wasn't kind of a formal date that we're going to set up a campaign. It just came into being out of necessity, because we were very much aware of the climate at the time. We were aware of the racism within the police force, kind of at arm's length, but we were now because of press at the time, but we were now experiencing it directly. We knew that the police weren't going to investigate this beyond assuming, as Moffat did, that it was a tragic accident. We were treated in a racist way. We were treated as if we weren't people just because we had brown skin, just because my mum was a woman. They didn't want to give us information. Every time we asked them to do something, it was too much trouble. There was an obstacle in the way. There wasn't enough resources to do certain lines of investigation, to carry those out. And so it became apparent that the police were not willing to deal with us on any other premise other than this is a tragic accident. They weren't willing to engage with the issues of racism, that Ricky's death was a racist murder, firstly, and secondly, that we were being treated in a way that was racist, openly and overtly, and they weren't willing to communicate with us properly. They weren't willing to pass along information. They weren't willing to take information we gave them that people had given to us to say, oh, I saw this or I heard this. We were gathering the evidence. We were the ones who were gathering the CCTV and giving it to the police. So it was clear that there was no more than a bare bones investigation going on, and that was investigation was a means to an end to, in Moffat's eyes, to prove that Ricky's death was accidental. And so we knew that we weren't going to get justice for Ricky, by which I mean finding out what happened to him and holding those people accountable, and we weren't going to get the service that we deserve from the police if we didn't apply a coordinated, I suppose if we didn't coordinate our efforts to engage with and encourage the police to investigate Ricky's case properly.
I think it became more apparent that the police were not treating Ricky's death, or at the time Ricky's disappearance, seriously, and that we needed to do something. Is 2 days later, while we were going, like I said previously, that we spent most of our time in Kingston. We were on our way out to Kingston, and then a big van stopped right in front of our house, and the police officers ran into my house, took my husband to the garage and me in the house, and they started searching for, I don't know what they were searching for in my house, and whether they thought we've heard Ricky, we were hiding him in our house. And then they searched the house, they searched the garage, and they said, well, that's fine, we've done our job. I said, no, you haven't. And he said, why? I said, well, I've got a loft. Why don't you go up and check whatever you're checking for? I said, I'll ask my husband to bring the ladder, and you can check it there as well.
And the other
and
issue...
I was angry, thinking that they probably thought that we have heard Ricky because of the assumptions made before, arranged marriages, not knowing what Ricky was up to or whatever. And they probably thought that that's what he was doing and still doing, and that's why we probably hurt him or whatever and locked him somewhere in the house.
And the other issue with the campaign was that when Ricky's, we'd been asking the police for the first week to search for Ricky. And as you've heard from Mum, that we were the ones doing the searching, and we were the ones seizing CCTV. And we had no investigatory skills. We were new to the police. We didn't know how any of this worked. We were making missing persons posters at home ourselves rather than the police doing it on Ricky's computer. The only place we couldn't search was the River Thames, and we had asked them several times to undertake a search. The search finally took place on the 21st, as you know, and Ricky's body was found within 6 minutes in 4 foot of water, and Ricky was over 5 foot. So it would have been so easy for that search to be undertaken so much sooner, and so much more evidence could have been seized if that was done sooner. But he was found so quickly in such shallow water, and I say that was the only place we couldn't search. And at the riverbank, there were press reporters there, and Moffat, who was the first investigating, the consultant who was overseeing the first investigation, said to a reporter at the scene, who asked what's happened, and Moffat's response was, we found Ricky, this was simply a tragic accident, we will be closing the case. So this is as soon as Ricky's body is found in the river. There's been no forensics of Ricky's clothes, of the scene, there's been no post-mortem. And so that was what we were battling, and that was what drove the necessity for the campaign. And this is the same officer who, as you've heard, went on to, he instructed the pathologist, that was his role as the senior investigating officer of that first investigation, and he instructed the pathologist that in his view this was a tragic accident, and that the post-mortem was carried out on the basis that this was a tragic accident. And for that reason, there was no forensic examination of Ricky's clothes. There was no, for example, analysis to see whether any of the injuries on Ricky's body coordinated with marks on his clothing, which it later became apparent did. But that evidence that Ricky had defensive marks on his body and injuries that coincided with, for example, a tear to his shirt, only came out because we involved people like Suresh and John McDonnell, and solicitors who advised us to get a second post-mortem, which we did, and that's what brought out that evidence. So without that coordinated approach from other people outside of the family, which would eventually turn into what is now called the Justice for Ricky Reel campaign, we wouldn't have that evidence. The police wouldn't have benefited from that evidence, and we as a family wouldn't have benefited from that evidence. And this is the same officer who authorised a further post-mortem and removed Ricky's skin, and we got a letter from the police telling us that no organs were removed from Ricky's body. It's in black and white, and the skin is the biggest organ of the body. So that was a lie, and that was done without a consent. There was no consent from our family to remove Ricky's skin, and we always wondered why at Ricky's funeral, which was only 3 weeks, which was 2 weeks after he was found, when we went to go and see him, because he'd been in cold water, he looked like Ricky. But when we saw him at the open casket funeral, he was unrecognisable. I couldn't watch. I couldn't stand by his. I promised myself I'd stay with him, and I couldn't, because I couldn't look at what had happened to his. I couldn't understand the deterioration in his body. And we now know that the reason that had happened is because, without our consent, Moffat had instructed the pathologist, after we'd been told that the post-mortems were complete, he had gone in, asked the pathologist to go back in, remove Ricky's skin, and that's how Ricky's body was delivered to us for the funeral. And that's where the Sunday, I think I said the Times, it was the Daily Mail, it was the Mail on Sunday, reporter got involved, and Moffat was allowed to take those harrowing pictures of Ricky stripped of his skin into retirement. And they were so bad, those photos, that we couldn't see them. We had to ask the police police to show Suresh the photos, because we couldn't see them. So when you ask why, what was the context, why was it set up, that's what we were battling and continue to battle even after the campaign was set up.
There were stalls at that time. Obviously, we have social media now, which is quite good. At the time, people used to have stalls, and we used to print our leaflets and give it to everyone. Have you seen him, any information or whatever? And I remember one incident where this lady, which she was from SWP, she had a stall there, and she attended our vigils and whatever we did. And she was at a stall, and this woman came in and gave her a piece of paper with somebody's address on it. And then that woman phoned me and she said, Sukhdev, I've been given a paper where is somebody's address on it saying this is where the racists live, or these people who may be, connected somehow to Ricky's murder. So we phoned the police, and the police went there and picked up the paper, and they told her, they said, we'll investigate. We said, fine. So when we asked them what was the outcome of this investigation, they told us, honestly, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. They told us, yes, we visited the address. These are white, educated people. Their house is clean. They can't be racist. So we were dealing with this type of behavior, which has continued even after 28 years. So that's the reason we are here, to find out why we are here.
Yeah, it felt like they were trying to contain us as a family. They didn't want us to ask questions or challenge them. Yeah. And if we did, they weren't challenging questions. They were questions like, have you interviewed this witness? What has this said? Just run-of-the-mill questions, nothing out of the ordinary. But they were defensive, and we felt very much as though we were trying to be contained. This was an accident. Said to Mum, you go back to work, we go back to school. And Moffat actually said, on the day Ricky's body was found, having said that comment to the reporter who was at the scene, he said to us, well, my role has finished, Ricky's body has been found, I'm leaving this investigation. Although we later found out that he continued and overlapped with the second investigation. And so the campaign was necessary because we felt very much as though the police were trying to shut us down and shut us up effectively, and we needed a voice, and we weren't getting that across on our own.
And it's right to say that on the 17th of January 1998, the campaign was formally launched at a public meeting. And Mrs. Reel, in your statement, you mentioned that Neville Lawrence attended the meeting when the campaign was launched. How did he come about to attending the meeting?
I think during that time, Suresh was working with the Lawrence family, and we had our first meeting. I remember that it was in Southall, and Mr. Lawrence was invited as a guest speaker. And he has always supported my campaign, and I have supported his. We have spoken, we have shared platforms during very many meetings we have spoken about, and whenever we meet, we don't ask how you are, because we know how we are. And he always said to me, I'm here for you if you need support. And I've always said the same. So we were together when the first day of this inquiry opened, I think with Mr. Pitchford. So we both were sitting there, we both attended that.
And I was at the Lawrence inquiry. He invited me there. And I remember when everybody, the first day, when everybody was told to leave or something, it's a bit not clear with me, but I remember him saying, Sukhdev, stay, Mrs. Reel, stay behind. So he has always supported me, yeah.
Mrs. Reel, you mentioned before that you attended the Stephen Lawrence inquiry, and you touched upon this in your statement that you attended nearly every day. Why did you feel important to attend?
Because I wanted to support another family who was going through the same process, same as I support lots of other families. And because also Mr. Lawrence had invited me. So it was, I needed support, he needed support. I wanted to show him that I'm here for. And half the time, listening to the evidence that was presented, were very similar to mine. The mistakes that were made in that case were very similar to mine. And I remember sometimes when the pain got too much, I used to go to the toilets and vomit. Because I was thinking, they made the mistakes. But what lessons have they learned? They haven't learned any lessons because the same mistakes were made in our case. So I was there as a supporter. I was there to listen to what mistakes were being made, and just generally as a supporter.
You also gave evidence at the Stephen Lawrence inquiry.
Yes, I did, and I remember that day really well. A lawyer made submission to the Lawrence inquiry, which was public knowledge. And so I went with Suresh, my husband, and my brother, and we were told at the time that because of the pending because the inquest hadn't happened, we were waiting for the date for the inquest, and they said, the panel said I couldn't speak about this case. So I was angry and I was annoyed, and I thought we made a submission and I should be given a chance to speak. And what I was speaking to Suresh, and what I didn't realize was that an undercover, probably officer, was sitting there. And there was a lot of press, and I remember saying to Suresh that if I'm not given a chance to speak, I'm going to stand on the table and tell people about my case, because that's why I was there. And suddenly, there was a recess. The panel went into the room, and they came back and they said, yes, you can speak. And I was with the Manson family as well. So obviously, I wasn't allowed to talk about the case, but I can give recommendations and just a general overview of the investigation. And that's where I gave, I also recommended that the role of the family liaison officers needs to be changed, among other things. Yes, I did speak there. And I met Mr. Greaves there as well, with the reporter, who was well known to our case.
If I now can move on to you liaising with other campaigns.
Yeah.
I'm going to go through a number of reports and then ask you questions about the reports. Can MPS 0001147 be put up, please? Chair, that's B1. So, Mrs. Reel, this is a intelligence report by HN81, David Hagan. His code name, Windmill Tilter, is at the top. It's dated 25th of June 1998.
Yeah, I'm just going to get my pages.
So, I'm just waiting.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get the paper copy of that.
It's B1.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So this is a report in relation to a meeting held by Neuro Monitoring Group regarding the Stephen Lawrence inquiry. If we can go to page 2, third paragraph from the third line. So from the third line, if I can read, so I'm going to read out 2 paragraphs, Mrs. Reel, and then I'm going to ask you some questions. So firstly, this part here, it says, third line, SMG, which is South Mountain Group, is the lead organisation in both the Lawrence case and the case of Ricky Reel. MFJ, which is Movement for Justice, believed that the Reel case is the logical next step to concentrate on after the Lawrence case due to the fact that there appears to be good evidence of police mismanagement and racism in it. The paragraph then sets out what happened to Ricky, and if we can focus on the last sentence of the paragraph, it says, the case is still not recognised by the police either as murder or a racial killing, but MFJ see a real opportunity to develop the situation as a next campaign against the police. So, firstly, what do you think about the comment made by David Hagan in relation to SMG being the lead organisation for Ricky Reel cause?
They were.
But who was in control of the campaign?
It was firmly the family. It was family led. It was supported by others, but it was family led, and that we were front and centre of the campaign. That's always been the case.
And again, repeating it, MFJ believe that the Reel case is next logical next step to concentrate on. Did you have any concerns that MFJ were using your justice campaign as a vehicle to campaign against the police?
No, I don't think so.
If I can, this document can be, I'm done with this document. Can we put up document MPS 0001288? Chair, that's at B5. This is another intelligence report by H81 David Hagan. It's dated the 3rd of September 1998 regarding a SW meeting held in Hackney. The first paragraph says it was attended by 200 people, and speakers include George Silcott, Minor Simpson, Sukhdev Reel, and Gary Farland from the SWP. We can now focus on paragraph 3. So, can we zoom out again? I think I got the wrong. Oh yes, can we go to paragraph 3? This is in relation to Alex Owolade approaching you, and H81 points out from the fourth line from the bottom, the result of this intervention is that both parties have agreed to attend the MFJ demonstrations on the first day of the second stage of the SL inquiry. Owolade now has Mrs. Reel's mobile telephone number, with which to maintain regular contact. So we can see H81 paying close attention to the interaction between yourself and Mr. Owolade. How did you feel when you found that out?
Very angry.
Would you like to
It
elaborate?
seems like he was stuck to me like glue, watching each and every moment of what I was doing. I bet he was also, I don't know. I'm just very angry about it. And about my telephone number, I was giving to everyone because we wanted information. We wanted people to tell us what happened, if they heard anything. So my telephone number was with everyone, but it hurts to know that he was so close to me, to see this number being given to Alex. And maybe he also noted my number. Who knows?
Okay. If we now can turn to your statement, so that's UCPI 38548. It's at AI7. Can you turn to page 41, paragraph 183? So page 41, paragraph 183.
183 is on page.
So 184, I do apologise. 184, the first paragraph. So this is in relation to a meeting. So what I do recall is Alex from MFJ addressing the meeting prominently from the floor, from the audience. I recall Neville Lawrence, who was on the platform, being annoyed by Alex's intervention and saying something like, "I can speak for myself." I was wary of MFJ then and for some time before and after. Could you explain further why you were worried before and after this incident about MFJ?
See the 134. Yeah. I recall this meeting. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was held in Hounslow Civic Centre, if that's the meeting we're talking about. And I think I was there with Mr. Lawrence. We both spoke from the same platform. And I remember maybe that was the first time I probably saw Alex. And there was something he was saying from the floor. But I think if I remember it, I got off and I walked away. Because I don't really, I'm not the sort of person that will put up with violence or any angry words or whatever. So my motto is wherever we go, I will only attend anything where there's going to be, there will not be any violence or anything. So any kind of violence frightens me. So I always step away, and that's what my son was like.
So why were you concerned about violence?
I don't know, I just don't like violence. I've seen enough of it at my work.
So what concerns did you have about MFJ then?
I have no concerns. But if somebody starts saying something.
What made you worried about MFJ? What did they say to make you worried?
I think he was talking about arranging something about the Stephen Lawrence campaign, and I think Mr. Lawrence disagreed with that. Going back, it's difficult to remember, but it was something between them, and I didn't want anyone to I felt that any decisions that are made regarding the campaign should be made by the people who are running the campaign.
I'm now going to move on to another document, MPS 0001462. Could that be put on the screen? Chair, that's at tab B15. So, Mrs. Reel, this is a report dated 26th of October 1998, and it's in relation to a march for Ricky in Kingston.
Yeah.
I'm going to cover 3 areas in this report.
Yeah.
So firstly, if we can look at source comment, the first paragraph. It says the presence of Michael Bradley and privacy, as well as her local branch members, clearly indicates that SWP are attempting to court Mrs. Reel. However, their efforts are meeting with little success, as Mrs. Reel has indicated that she has concerns over the objectives of some political groups, and she has been warned specifically about SWP. So firstly, do you agree that SWP were trying to court you on this occasion?
Nobody courted me.
Pardon?
Nobody courted me. I'm a woman who speaks my mind.
Can you recall if you had been warned about some political groups or about SWP?
No.
Did you ever get the impression that any other of the groups were trying to exploit or pressurize your campaign for any other agenda?
Not to my knowledge.
And like I said, you're quite well spoken. It's fair to say that you were not going to be influenced by or pressurized by any other campaigns.
Because we knew why we set up the campaign and what objectives were, and we will not let anybody else dictate to us what we need to do, what we don't need to do. So we knew where we were going, and we knew why we were going in that direction.
If you can, so I'm done with this.
Because this has always been a family-led campaign. So nobody was allowed to hijack our campaign. And if somebody was trying to do that, we would have walked away.
If I can now focus on the second paragraph on the source comment. This reads, Suresh Grover from the SMG addressed the rally, but with relatively little interest. The MFJ viewpoint was that the demonstration was a pitiful reflection of a year's campaigning and how Mrs. Reel's case is being squandered by her reliance on Grover, whose main attention lies elsewhere. So I just want to focus on the last part, how Mrs. Reel's case is being squandered by her reliance on Grover. What do you make about that comment?
I think the reality is it's difficult for us to say because it's this person's opinion, and I don't know what he's based it on. I don't know the context of the reporting, so we can't say. I can say that factually that's not correct because Suresh's attention didn't lie elsewhere at that time. He was very much involved. But yeah, I can't comment on what they've said. It's their opinion.
If I now can move to the third point for this report, so can we zoom out and go to the last?
I would just say though, if there was very little interest in respect to that report and they felt that interest in the campaign was dwindling, I question why the surveillance continued when it was clear, in his opinion, that there wasn't much interest in the case.
Can we move to the third point for this report? Last paragraph is, MFJ have grown wary of Mrs. Reel's fear of being seen to cause trouble, so do not intend to waste too much time on this case. You've mentioned that you didn't want to be involved in violence. Do you agree with this comment? And what concerns did you have about being seen to cause trouble?
I don't know why he wrote that. No, I don't know. I think he needs to be here and you need to ask him.
But I think what it does show very clearly is that we were a peaceful campaign. We were using law-abiding techniques, methods, processes to challenge the lack of investigation and the racism within the police force. And whether people grew weary of us or didn't, that was their choice. As we've said, this was a family-led campaign. We moved forward. Whether people wished to move forward with us or not was entirely their decision.
Thank you. I'm done with this document. Ms. Reel, I'm now going to move to the next topic, which is undercover police officer surveillance. And I'm going to first deal with when you first found out about being having surveillance on your family. So it's right to say on the 18th of July 2014, you had a meeting with officers from Operation Hearn.
Yeah, I'm just going to my statement.
So you address it at paragraph 227 to 232 of your statement.
Yeah.
So it was on this occasion where you were told that the Justice for Ricky Reel campaign had been subjected to surveillance and intelligence gathering by undercover police officers.
Sorry. Sorry, 227 you said?
So you covered this at paragraph 227 to 232 of your statement.
Yeah.
A meeting with Operation Hearn, where you were told that your campaign had been under police surveillance. How did you feel hearing that your campaign had been under surveillance?
How did you feel when you found out that we'd been spied on?
Sorry, could you repeat the question again?
So you were told that the Ricky Reel campaign had undercover police officers surveilling it.
Yeah.
How did you feel when you found out?
I think I was in a shock. But we were told that there were 10 reports, I think, and that these reports were simply collateral intrusion. We were not directly involved in this, and that's
I would say that they said that the surveillance of a campaign was simply collateral intrusion, and this is what they told us. And I think at that time, just give me a minute, please.
I think we were shocked because we had tried to put as much of the way that the police had treated us behind us. It had made us ill. It had had an impact on our family already. And I'm talking about just the way they treated us during the first, second investigations and the inquest and what followed. So when we found out that they'd spied on us, you would have thought nothing could have shocked us at that point after what we'd lived through with the Met Police. But we stood corrected on that day because we were in shock that in this day and age that could happen. I was shocked that could happen to me in my generation. I knew stuff like that had gone on with my mum's generation when she was younger. Couldn't believe it, and it was re-traumatizing. It just felt like we weren't people. The way the police treated us during the initial 2 investigations completely dehumanised us because we were with brown skin. It felt like that was happening all over again, and we couldn't understand why it had taken so long for this information to come out. And we felt humiliated. We felt stripped yet again of our dignity, of whatever minuscule pieces of peace we'd managed to put back together again in our lives. It completely derailed all of that, and I can't. It's so difficult to put into words the impact that had.
I remember when they told us, I was sitting there, and I don't know what happened to me. I couldn't see. The room went black, and John McDonough had to tell the police officers to go and wait in another room. And I remember when I came around, I asked questions, but we were reassured by these police officers. Don't worry about it, it's only collateral. We didn't target you personally, so no information about you or Ricky is in the reports. So you don't need to worry. But I just sat there thinking, I thought, they don't do things like this anymore. But I remember there sitting with my daughter and pulling my cardigan. I thought they could see through to me. I thought I was sitting there naked because of their spying. And since that day, I keep on seeing eyes everywhere. And I went home. I don't know how I got home. I went home and I told my husband what had happened. And he said, why can't they leave us alone? How much more can we endure?
Now, you said that they used the phrase collateral intrusion.
They kept on repeating that as if we weren't the target, it was somebody else. So it was, I think this term was used to sort of say to us, don't worry about it. We're spying on you, but don't worry about it.
And how did that make you feel?
Humiliated. Why the hell were they doing it? And then I think I remember asking something about the phones as well, because every time there were calls about meetings and things like this, there was always a click at the end of my call. And now I can understand they were listening to our calls as well. And then one of my friends told me, he said, do you know, I was just talking to her about these clicks. And one of my friends told me, she said that's how the police record messages, or, they were listening to your phone calls. And sometimes, just to annoy them, I suppose, I used to talk about the things, whatever somebody was asking, and I was just saying, you make sure you write it down. It was just, I don't know. Well, I didn't think that things like this could happen, especially to a family who's lost a child, who's never been given a time to grieve. 28 years I've been sitting here attending meetings, one after another, dealing with the paperwork, hell of a paperwork this inquiry has produced, and the case and everything. I haven't sat down for one day in the 28 years and said, I grieve for you, Ricky. I still put his dinner plate on the table, thinking he will come and eat his dinner. I wish they would leave us alone so that we can sit down and say, yes, I start grieving for him. And I cannot do that until I get justice, and justice has been denied to us for the 28 years, simply because of my colour.
I think what was really difficult for us, because I was at that meeting with my mum and I was heavily pregnant at the time, and it was reconciling in our own head, and it's irreconcilable, you can't do it, but at a time when we were at our lowest ebb, at a time when we were begging the police to investigate Ricky's death properly, at a time when we were asking the police to put resources into the investigation to undertake certain things. We heard, for example, we heard on more than one occasion during the inquest in 1999 that the excuse for certain lines of investigation not being done at all or being done in a timely manner was a lack of resources. I was fed up of hearing that phrase during the inquest in 1999. At that time, and at a time when we were told, don't worry, first, at the time when we made a complaint to the PCA about the police's conduct, and they reviewed all the files, and no one mentioned anything to us about surveillance, and they took the entirety of the investigation files, the PCA did. Sorry, please. At that time, they diverted resources. They had resources available to them to spy on our family, not just once, but on multiple occasions over a period of time, at a time when we were begging the police concurrently to please investigate Ricky's death properly. They're not just financial resources, investigative resources, the special skills that Special Branch talk about them having, that weren't employed in Ricky's investigation to find Ricky's killers, and time. We've been told countless times over the years, and recently, there is only so much time, Mrs. Reel. We have an infinite amount of time. We only have a team of X. We have an infinite amount of resources, and we have all these other cases we need to look at. But resources, time, skills, effort, were coordinated in such a way to produce these reports.
I'm now going to move on to a document. Could MPS 072...
Can I just mention in respect to the 2014 meeting, if I may, just some other points. We asked for disclosure of the reports at that meeting, and we were told at the July 2014 meeting we can't disclose them because they centre around potentially the nature of the reports, I'm assuming MFJ, are to do with public disorder issues, and so we might not be able to disclose them to you. There might be issues around that. But having seen that disclosure, it's absolutely clear to anybody who even hasn't read all the documents in this inquiry that there is no evidence in those of us being involved in any type of any of that the police thought was going on. Everything we did was peaceful. So when they said to us, we can't disclose them for this reason, that's not true. The police had the reports when they met us in July 2014. Nothing in those reports associates us with any public disorder activity. So it's yet another example of the police misleading us and not telling us the truth in that meeting when they came to say, look, we're very sorry that this happened. It's meaningless because every time the police assure us of something, as they did in July 2014, it turns out, years down the line, unfortunately, that's not true, and we have to start the process all over again. And it's only when we challenge and we have things like this inquiry that things come out, and we have to relive everything all over again. And they said at that meeting, because I took the notes of that meeting, that nothing personal. Don't worry, Mrs. Reel. Nothing personal was noted in respect of your family. This is all collateral. But we've seen in the reports that they refer to personal issues. They talk about my mum being very emotional, crying. They talk about her health and the impact that would have on the campaign. So when they say to us, don't worry, there's nothing personal in there in July 2014, again, that wasn't true, because we've seen now that there are a number of personal comments made in those reports. And they said to us, as Mum said, that this was collateral. So they were kind of towing the Met line of, don't worry, this was collateral, you don't need to be worried. This wasn't targeted. We're just letting it. It was a professional courtesy to us, hand-holding, reassuring. But we found out that this was absolutely specific. It wasn't collateral damage. We've read in one of the reports, which I'm sure we'll come on to, with HN81, that he chose to drive my mum home on her own, without anyone else in the car, from a meeting to our family home, to our address, and she was on her own and she was vulnerable. So it was very much targeted. He made that decision, and as we've heard, the training for SDS officers, we've seen it in the reports, is all intelligence is good intelligence. So what information did we have in that report? And we don't have a report for what happened on that drive home. Anything could have happened. So when they say it's collateral damage, that's not true. That was just PR management on the part of the police. They knew exactly what had gone on because they had the reports, and at the highest levels within the police, they'd been briefed about what was within those reports. So that just wasn't true. And then they said also that in that meeting, that information was contained within Special Branch, that it didn't pass over to the Met, that there was very much a barrier, and that information wasn't passed along. But again, and I'm sure you'll come on to the reports, we've seen that there was an established line of communication specifically set up between Special Branch and CO24. CO24, John Grieve, was the officer in charge of the second investigation into Ricky's death, serving in the Met Police. So that didn't happen accidentally. This wasn't, oh dear, we've leaked some information to the Met, we're very sorry. That was a very deliberate chain of command and communication was set up to share information from Special Branch to the Metropolitan Police. So that assurance at that meeting in July 2014, we're really sorry, but I promise you, it didn't impact on the investigation. We didn't share information to the Met. In fact, they were sharing it to the very division that was heading up the second investigation into Ricky's death, which we told was approaching, and it was set up, in response to the Lawrence inquiry and the recommendations, year 24. We were told it was approaching Ricky's investigation with an open mind, but in the background, resources were being diverted and intelligence was coming one way, and probably both ways, from SDS into the Met Police that was investigating Ricky's case. So again, that was inaccurate. But we only find out because of this process. So we would never have known that, and we would have relied on that assurance, and it simply wasn't true. It was a lie, and they told us that the purpose of the meeting was kind of to handhold, to reassure us, to make us feel better. It didn't do that, and in fact, they just used it as an opportunity to feed us lies, which I've just explained weren't true, to feed us information that would contain us again, just like the early days of the investigation. It was all about containing the family, PR management, don't ask too many questions, because we've found out that everything they said actually wasn't true. So that was not a reassurance, it was an exercise in managing us. And that's abundantly clear. It was clear then, and it's even clearer now, that we've had some of those documents disclosed to us. And I remember during that meeting, we were told that, I think it was by Craddock, that he couldn't be certain that the documents we had were all the documents. And he said that the documents that weren't relevant, so, relating to public disorder, when they went up the chain, should have been shredded, got rid of, and shouldn't exist anymore. And yet, we've got all of these which show there was no public disorder issues in respect of our campaign, and they're still there. And I'm sure those are only the tip of the iceberg. They're not all of them, clearly, because we don't, for example, have the note of Hagan driving my mum home.
I think the report was going to be published, and they decided. I think they were forced to have a meeting with us to tell us that this is what was coming out in the public domain, that our name was there. But, be reassured, we did nothing wrong to you.
You've touched upon a few topics, so just going forward, I'd just like to reassure you that I'm going to go through one document, and then we're going to go through the topic of the SDS and DAC John Greaves, and then I'll go on to the reporting and the incident where HN81 gave you, Mrs. Reel, the lift. So can we put up MPS 0720946, please, on the screen? Chair, that's B6. But this is a file of briefing note for the SDS. Can we go to page 8?
We've got a cover sheet.
Yes, I'll
Okay.
go to page 8. And this is a briefing note by Detective Inspector Lambert titled SDS Intelligence Update September 1998. And Roman numeral I says extremist involvement in the Stephen Lawrence campaign. If we can look at page 9, the second paragraph. So, Mr. Wheeler, I'm just going to read out the paragraph, but there's 2 points that I want to focus on in relation to this paragraph. So, at the time of preparing this paper, Wimmo Tilter, who's HN81, is reporting another significant breakthrough for MFJ. On Wednesday evening, 2nd September, they cemented good liaison contact with Sukhdev Reel, Ricky's Reel's mother, and are now planning to assist her in mounting a large-scale campaign against the police. It is important to emphasize here the extent to which the Reel's case has potential to cause police embarrassment on the same scale as the Lawrence case. Certainly, so far as Mrs. Reels and the activists are concerned, there are glaringly similar racist overtones between the police handling of both investigations. Again, Windmill Tilter will be ideally positioned to monitor important developments in the months ahead. So before I go to the 2 points, just taking that as a whole, Mr. Reel, what would you like to say about the police surveillance on your family and the campaign, given what's been put in this paragraph?
I'm just reading it.
I will focus on 2 sentences as well.
It's my good liaison. I don't remember this because we worked with everyone. You know, we didn't say you can't work with us as long as you understand. Planning to see the mother. Well, we already.
So what in particular are you asking? Sorry.
us.
So let me focus on 2 points. On the 4th line, it starts the sentence, it is important to emphasize here
Okay.
the extent to which the Reels case has potential to cause police embarrassment on the same scale as the Lawrence case. So if I can ask you, what are your views that the D.I. Lambert, who authored this report, recognises that your campaign has potential to cause police embarrassment?
I think it's in the police's mind, in this report and others, they refer to the case as being similar to the Lawrence case. There is a report in which they refer to this as the next Lawrence case. They talk about calls for public inquiries, and the reference to police embarrassment is, again, it's a theme that's echoed through others of the surveillance reports. Many of them seem to focus on the fact that they were concerned that our case was continuing to shine the existing spotlight on the issues of incompetence and racism and misogyny within the police force that the Lawrence case had raised, and other campaigns such as ours were continuing to highlight and keep in sight of the public. So as I think they hoped that those issues would die a death, but cases such as ours were keeping that very much at the forefront. And the reference to police embarrassment, I think, is basically, this is a report going back to the police saying that our campaign was impacting on the police's image. they had tried so hard after the Lawrence inquiry to try and manage that image, set up initiatives on paper to show that they were doing everything to improve, to tackle racism on an institutional basis. And our case was showing that even years after Stephen's murder, shortly after the inquiry, the first inquiry, those issues were still happening. And I think that's what that report is talking about, the potential to cause police embarrassment on the same scale. This report is all about how do we manage the police's image post-Lawrence, and now we've got Ricky Reel. And I think it highlights why we were very much on the police's radar. It wasn't because we want to find out what happened to Ricky Reel, which of course is the police's function. It was there are similarities in terms of racist overtones between our Ricky's case and the Lawrence case, and that was something they were trying to manage their public image around at the time to convince people that the changes that they had promised to put in place post the inquiry were put in place and working when they clearly weren't, because of this potential for embarrassment continuing. And I think what's glaringly obvious there is what's not there is important just as much as what's in that report, which is there's nothing in that report that would justify this surveillance. There's no indication of public disorder on our part. Instead, this officer has chosen to report back on the potential of the case to embarrass the police. There's nothing of public disorder in that report.
So you've covered both my points that I wanted to cover. So I'm now going to move on to the next topic, which is SES. And
I just want to say something here. I think the police themselves were aware that they were making mistakes, and the same mistakes were exactly similar as they had made in the Lawrence inquiry. In the Lawrence case. As far as I think they felt threatened by us, and from the public as well, because it was not us, it was lots of people saying that the two cases are similar and that they should be investigated. And I think the police were doing everything, and as a result, we are here today to prevent more damage done to them. It was a damage limitation exercise.
And I think the timing is important because in September, the PCA investigation was nearing its end. We were waiting the publication of the results. That was very much in our forefront of our mind and the police's. And around this time in September, there'd been a great deal of media interest in the case. We'd met various high-profile politicians at the highest levels to try and ensure that Ricky's case was investigated properly. Those events, those campaign events, those meetings with police officials were publicly known. Those weren't things we did behind closed doors. And that was all happening in the lead up to this report. The fact that we were being vocal and we were being visible about the police's failings meant, unfortunately, we've ended up in these reports for no other reason than the fact that we were calling the police out for being incompetent and racist. And then you get a report like this.
I think all these failures were reported in the PCA report, which is still kept under lock and key after 28 years. We have campaigned, had vigils, had meetings with police commissioner and everyone, trying to make sure that the report is released. So how come police can learn lessons if they are not told about the mistakes they have made? So it was very important for us to release the report. So I was given a copy of the report, but was told not to share it with everyone. I can't even discuss the report with Tish or my husband. That was the undertaking I had to give. So it's still kept under lock and key.
I think
so the failures are there.
I think that's in keeping with the culture of secretism that we've seen around Special Branch. Also, just on that last sentence, again, Windmill Tilter will be ideally positioned to monitor important developments in the months ahead. That's not collateral. Talking about being ideally positioned is a very deliberate observation and recommendation in this report. That's not collateral. That involves strategy, that involves planning, that involves deliberate decision making. The complete opposite of collateral. And the sentence says, will be ideally positioned to monitor important developments in the months ahead. Now that's in the context of our case being the next Stephen Lawrence case, and what that tells me is a lot about the motivation behind the monitoring. They say, this is the next Stephen Lawrence, we will monitor the important developments in the months ahead. That tells me there was planning to monitor our case because we were a threat, because we were the next Stephen Lawrence case. It tells me there is planning involved because they talk about positioning themselves and monitoring, and they talk about timescales, they talk about months ahead. So there is nothing collateral about that at all.
And I think at the same time, my MP was asking about a public inquiry, and he said, I think it was in one of the newspapers, and he told us as well that there are similar mistakes being made, and that there should be a public inquiry, and people need to learn, the police need to learn that they can't keep on making the same mistakes again and again. I read the last line as H81 was told by his bosses, or even as police commissioner or whatever, here it is, the budget, you do what you want. Make sure you destroy that campaign. Make sure you do whatever you can to, sort of do whatever you want to destroy that campaign and cause as much damage as you can to the family. That's how it came across to me. So that's why he needs to be here to answer our questions.
At our events that talked about police racism, talked about the Lawrence case, the lessons to be learned and how those hadn't been learnt and we'd been failed again. In our case, they were public meetings. These weren't discussions behind closed doors. You don't need SDS officers to come in and to those meetings and report back. Those were public meetings. It didn't require undercover surveillance. It didn't justify undercover surveillance. None of the reporting did. So why they had to monitor through spying on us, I don't know. Everything we did lawfully, we did openly, public meetings. If we were doing a vigil or a picket, we had to give notice to people. We did one outside New Scotland Yard, we had to give them notice. Everything was done openly. So there was no need for this monitoring to be done covertly in the way it has and is addressed in that report.
Can I now move on to the next topic, which is SDS and liaison with DAC John Grieve. Can document MPS 0748390 be put on the screen, please? Chair, that is at tab B17.
Oh, yeah.
So, again, just to put it in context, DAC John Grieve was in charge of the second investigation, and that was between the 1st of November 98 and the 12th of March 99. You can see here, this is a special branch note dated 22nd of December 1998, so the second investigation has already started. And the first note is from DCI HN58 to DCS Black, which states, so I'm going to read out the statement and then I'll ask you a few questions. The minute states, I understand you requested from DIHN53 a summary of the state of play of left-wing involvement in the Stephen Lawrence inquiry. The attached note has been compiled from a secret and reliable source which must be protected. In brackets, a similar intelligence report has been sent to C-Squad. The following 2 minutes are from DCS Colin Black to Commander SB. If I can focus on the last minute, it's a handwritten note from Colin Black to Commander SB, and it says, in your absence, I shared this with ACSO. If you agree, I shall so likewise with Mr. Grieve, and this is dated the 6th of January 1998, and we can see over the words of Commander SB it says, agreed, thank you. And the attached note is at page 3, so if we can just quickly look at page 3 just to get an idea of what the note is. And this is a special branch note dated 22nd of December 1998 titled Left-Wing Activities Relating to the Lawrence Inquiry. And we can see at paragraph 2, WikiReal is mentioned. So it is a note that focuses, that refers to the Ricky Reel campaign.
I think I said
So the questions I want to ask you was, how do you feel, and again, Tisha has touched upon this, how do you feel about the liaison between SDS and John Grieve during the second investigation?
I think for one, it shows us that Greaves was involved in 1998. That was prior to the inquest, and it was when we were told that this new kind of shiny, super duper task force led by Grieve was going to come in with fresh eyes and reinvestigate Ricky's death following the botched first investigation by Moffat. This shows that despite the assurances we were given in the 2014 meeting, that there was no sharing of information between Special Branch and the Met. There was a line of communication specifically set up and information was being shared. And it concerns me what impact that had on Ricky's investigation that we were told, as I say, was being done with fresh eyes. And it concerns me that team, that officer, had only half an eye to Ricky's investigation and the other half was involved in Special Branch and SDS activities.
Is there anything else you would want to know from the MPS, the Metropolitan Police, about this liaison between SDS and John Grieve?
Yeah, everything.
Yeah.
All we know is what's in this report.
Yeah.
We probably know 1% of what's out there. We want to know who made this decision, why was this decision made, what information was passed from SDS to John Grieve, what information was passed back from John Grieve to SDS. Was there a dual role there? We want to know what other reports were there, what impact did that have on the live investigation. Did the second investigation into Ricky's, how far down the chain in the second investigation was the knowledge that this reporting was going on? How down the chain in Ricky's second investigation did this go? What records from the SDS activity were in the investigation files and would have been seen by the investigation team or the PCA? How were decisions in the live investigation influenced potentially by what was going on with the SDS officers? What decision logs are there in the live investigation files that tell us why decisions were made, and how else are we going to know what impact this reporting had on that investigation? And I mean, we were told this was a full throttle investigation, but clearly there were other things going on behind the scenes that we didn't know of. And what impact did that have on how that investigation unfolded, on the suggestion by the second investigation that we don't have any more information, this is just a tragic accident? We know nothing.
I think what concerns me is that the first investigation carried out by Mr. Moffat continued while John Greaves was also investigating. So there must have been communication between them as well, from the first investigation to the second one. And what information was Mr. Moffat passing to John Greaves? Was John Greaves carrying out the investigation with an open mind? Was he relying also on the reports that were passed to him or via him to, we know that HN81 was having twice weekly meetings with his handlers, and some information went as far as Special Branch and even to the police commissioner. So this is really a concern for me as well. So did they, the second investigation, did they carry out a proper investigation? Or were they biased because of the chain, how he went through? So, we haven't got justice, and that speaks volumes of how the investigation was carried out.
And this suggests that there was a one-way communication from SDS into the Met to Grieve, but could there have been surveillance information that had been obtained by SDS that could have actually benefited Ricky's investigation? If they had their ear to the ground and all intelligence is good intelligence, could there have been information that could have benefited Ricky's case that we don't know about, that was never followed up on? We don't know.
After the second investigation, DAC Grieve maintained contact with your family. What impression did you get for why he wanted to stay in contact?
I don't know. I still don't have the answer, because I met him at the second phase of the inquiry. I met him briefly before that. I think I was coming out of the BBC studios and he was going in, hi. And then he said to me, I must meet you at the inquiry. I said, yes, whenever. I think we met him in Suresh's office, a meeting, and he said he'll do everything. He made lots of promises to do this, to do that. And in fact, the second investigation did nothing, just a paper exercise. And I think it was impacted by the SDS reports. I'm
now going to move
Just on that surveillance report, though, it troubles me how they talk about banners, people remaining under the Grover banner. I think that's dehumanising, and I think that's so disrespectful to the victims of this surveillance to talk about them being under different banners. None of us have ever made conscious decisions about, I'll go under this banner, I'll go under that banner. That's not how these campaigns came into being. That's not how they ran. And it just tells you how these officers were operating and reporting. It was clinical, it was cold, and it was focusing on division. It was focusing not on public disorder, it was focusing on management again. How do we manage these campaigns? Right, these campaigns are running under this banner, these campaigns are running under this banner. It's all about management. And it's appalling that kind of language could be used by officers who are undercover in such close vicinity and in the confidence of individuals like our family.
You've addressed a few of the reports that you received, but it's right to say that Mrs. Reel, you provided a document, Annex 1 to your statement, so that's UCPI 3847 at AI 18. And in that schedule, you've actually commented on the reports that have been provided to you.
Which one are we talking about?
So, UCPI 38547 at AI 8. So it's right to say this is a schedule provided by yourself where you've provided comments on the reports you received.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. You can. I'm now going to move on to. Most of these reports are by HN81. I'm going to focus now on two events involving HN81, and the first one being the occasion where he gave you a lift home. Can document MPS 07381122 be put on screen, please? Chair, that's at B29. So, can we go to the...
Sorry, what's the number?
MPS 07381122.
Could you tell us what page of the our schedule?
Page 2. So it's behind tab B29, and it's on the second page. So this is a meeting which HN81 attended, which sets out his involvements with justice campaigns, in which he provides an account of when he gives you the lift. So can we focus on the last paragraph on page 2? Yes. So it says, I got a phone call from Karen.
Yeah.
They met up with Sukhdev Reel in a McDonald's, I think. I was the driver. It was the leaders of MFJ who were trying to use Mrs. Reel to lead the campaign. I felt sorry for Mrs. Reel and I just sat there. At the end of the meeting, I was asked to drive Mrs. Reel home, and there was general chit-chat between us. I felt guilty. It was a difficult journey. She invited me to meet her husband. I said no. If she had known I was a police officer, she would not have invited me in. I was my own arbiter of what was right and wrong about the situation. I didn't exploit the situation. I am not the beast portrayed by the media. You have addressed HN81's account in your witness statement at paragraph 290 to 300, but I wanted just to explore further with you.
Sorry, could you just repeat those paragraphs in the statement?
290 to 300.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you recall an event of having a meeting in McDonald's with MFJ?
I went to meetings, but I'm not sure. I may have attended it, yeah. I think I probably did.
And in this statement, we can see that HN81 states, I was asked to drive Mrs. Reel home.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
No, I didn't ask him to give me a lift.
And how do you feel about finding out that HN81 gave you a lift home?
I don't have the words to describe it. I really don't. I felt sick, humiliated. He took advantage of my vulnerability. He was writing reports that was no use to the inquiry, but in the reports was mentioned that I was very distressed. I had health problems. My health was deteriorating, so he clearly knew I was vulnerable at the time. And I didn't ask him. He used this excuse to gain more information from me about the campaign. Every time I think of this, I see Sarah Everett in front of my eyes. And that's the one thing that doesn't let me sleep at night. She was in a police car, unmarked police car, and I think I was in a police car with a police officer who pretended to be a supporter of this campaign. Why did he not tell me who he was? He used I don't know. Does you want to carry on?
I think this report in particular has been extremely distressing, in particular for my mum, for all of us as a family, because we weren't there. My mum didn't know he was an undercover officer. He knew he was an undercover officer. He knew he was in a position of authority. My mum doesn't ask for lifts. I have to insist that she gets a taxi, otherwise she'll just put herself on the train. She doesn't ask for lifts. So I can say with some certainty she wouldn't have asked for a lift that day. And he, knowing he was an officer, didn't have to give her a lift, certainly wasn't asked for, but he made a conscious decision to do that. And again, that's not collateral. He wasn't in a car with other people. He chose specifically to drive my mum home, and she was on her own. No one else was with her. She was in the car on her own with him, and that was a conscious decision on his part. And we've heard time and time again, and we've read in the reports that, you know, all intelligence is good intelligence. He tries to palm this off as chit-chat. But there's no report, there's no contemporaneous record or note telling us what he discussed. And bearing in mind this, you know, all intelligence is good intelligence, I think we can reasonably assume that he was intelligence gathering during that drive, because that was, you know, that we've heard time and time again, that was, you know, every interaction. We've seen the reports, every interaction, even the smallest interactions, we've seen, for example, are being reported. Mrs. Reel was crying, she was upset, she passed on her number. So why isn't there a record for this? Why is it missing? Why haven't we seen it? We've only got this officer's word for it, and he's not here. And he could have come into the home. How do we know he didn't? Again, we've only got his word for it, that he didn't come in. But what he did too is he took advantage of a woman who was vulnerable, who'd been upset at a public meeting talking about her dead son and how the police had failed her. And he, a police officer, one in the same organisation that she was on a platform talking about having turned her into a victim, made a conscious decision to drive her home on her own to her home address. So he now has a home address, know where she lives. And there's nothing collateral about that. That's a series of conscious decisions from the time he spoke to her, that he offered her a lift, that he drove her all the way home and dropped her home and may or may not have come into the home. And if that's not targeted surveillance, as opposed to collateral, I don't know what is. He was on his own with my mum. And my mum, you know, I lived with her for many years after this, and I stay at her house sometimes with my children. She wakes up in her sleep screaming, and it's kind of blood curdling, and it wakes my nephew up. He lives with her, and he's 7, 8 now, and she screams in her sleep, but she doesn't know she's doing it. And one of us has to run in and wake her up. And she says, you can hear in her sleep, she's talking about eyes. And when I wake her up, she's still half asleep, and she's talking about eyes following her. And that's the impact of this. It's enduring. It's not going to go away, and it doesn't impact just her. It's impacted generations. You know, her, me, her grandson are still being impacted by the actions of those officers almost 25 years ago. And I mean, he had boundaries. He you know, he didn't remain within those boundaries, and this was a conscious decision. And he took that choice away from my mum, and he put her in a position of vulnerability. When she talks about Sarah Everard, she talks about what she means is being in a position of vulnerability with an officer. She didn't know he was an officer, and she was alone, and anything could have happened. And we don't know what happened because we don't have the officer and we don't have the record. And I think the inquiry can reasonably assume from this that this record, which shows that there was direct targeting, is missing, that this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of direct surveillance on my mum and our family.
Because we were issued in 2014 that it was collateral. It doesn't, we didn't have direct surveillance on you, but there it is. There is proof of that, and it should be a public knowledge. It should be addressed to public. Public should be made aware of it, that what the Hearn report or whatever the police were saying, that no justice families were targeted or no direct intrusion did not take place, it took place in our case. So how many more other families were affected by this?
If I can just pause there for a moment. Chair, I'm minded about the time.
I think for the benefit of the transcribers, as well as for you and your daughter, we'd better have a break for lunch.
Thank you.
Is an hour long enough?
Yeah, fine, thank you.
Right, good. Then we'll start again at 10 past.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Usual afternoon announcement first, I'm afraid. The proceedings today are being broadcast, but only after a 10-minute delay. Those with mobile devices may use them to speak of what is going on in the hearing room, but only once 10 minutes has elapsed since the event that they're describing. They may not be used for recording or photography. Thank you.
Mrs. Reel? Before the break, we were on the topic of HN81 giving you a lift.
Yeah.
I have a few more questions on that, but just to let you know going forward, after that I have just 2 or 3 short topics left before I'm done with my questions. I just wanted to clarify one point. Would you like the document back up, or are you okay with?
Yeah, if you can, please.
Sure. Can we have document MPS 0738122? Chair, once again, it's B29. And can we focus on the last paragraph on page? I just wanted to clarify. We can see on the 4th line of this paragraph, HN80 states, I was asked to drive Mrs. Reel home. Were you aware if anyone from MFG had asked HN81 to give you a lift?
I'm not aware.
We can take that document down. HN81 has provided a statement. Chair, it's not in the bundle, but I'm referring to one paragraph. For the record, it is MPS 0748738. At page 74, paragraph 239. Mrs. Reel, I'm going to read out the paragraph and then ask you a question about it. So at paragraph 239 of HN81's statement, he states, I still consider that all intelligence is good, notwithstanding that there were certain situations which I found uncomfortable, such as when I drove Mrs. Sukhdev Reel home following her meeting with the MFJ. I would have discussed this with my handler at the time, but I do not recall what was said. What would you like to say in regard to HN81 describing all intelligence is good?
I think it just shows that no interaction was off limits, including the interaction of taking mum home, and that was quite targeted and deliberate as a means of getting intelligence.
I'm now going to move on to the second event, which I wanted to cover with HN81. If document UCPI 38548 can be shown, this is your statement. Page 20, paragraph 84. And Chair, it's at AI 7. Even at the time, there were whispers of police officers being present at these meetings, including our memorial lectures held at Guildhall in Kingston. I did not believe these whispers at the time, as I thought I was not doing anything wrong, and so would not receive any attention from the police. I now understand that a UCA may have been present at one. And can we look at footnote 36?
Yeah.
So, footnote 36 states, according to my brother, Privacy, Hagen attended one of Ricky's memorial lectures and spoke at length to Privacy. He was apparently asked lots of questions about Ricky, his family, and the campaign. This does not appear in the disclosure I've seen, and you go on to say I have exhibited the photo of patient 81 Hagen, which my brother said it was the person he reckoned at the meeting. I wanted to ask, what was your reaction when your brother told you that Hagen was present and spoke to him?
I was sent a photograph of Hagen, and as I said, my brother was heavily involved in the campaign. I showed him the photo, and he recognized him straight away. He said he's the man who was sitting at one of the memorial lectures and asking him lots of questions about my family, about Ricky, what he was like, and about the campaign, what we were doing. And he said he didn't think much about it at that time. He thought this was one of the supporters who was, in the memorial lecture. But it turned out to be, even our memorial lectures were not safe. Even, I don't know what he was trying to find there, but why did he want to know about this?
I think in terms of how he felt, he felt that it was targeted again.
Yeah.
Because it was
that was personal targeting.
It wasn't by chance he was there. And also it showed us that not all the records had been disclosed, because there's no record for that event. And also there was no public disorder at the memorial lecture, so I'm not sure why he would have been there.
I'm done with this document so it can be taken down. I'm now going to move on to the next topic, which is apologies letters you received from the Metropolitan Police. In your statement, you refer to a letter dated the 2nd of January 2016.
Which page?
So in your statement, you deal with at page 56, paragraph 237.
Yeah.
So you received a letter of apology, and at paragraph 237, you describe it as inadequate.
Yeah.
Since then, you received a further letter from the Metropolitan Police, and that is, and can we put up UCPI 39435? Chair, that is at tab AI21. And this is a letter dated the 31st of October 2025 from John Saville, who is the Deputy Assistant Commissioner for the Metropolitan Police. This letter first sets out the apology and opening statement for this phase, but if I can focus on the paragraph before last. Which states, we note that the forthcoming phases of Tranche 3 of the inquiry through to summer 2026 will be critical in terms of further evidence from key individuals, including former senior officers, managers of the SDF undercover officers and undercover officers deployed at the time. In light of the fact that further important evidence is still to be heard, it was considered premature to issue a full and personal apology at this stage. How did you feel about after reading this letter?
It's difficult to describe. We've had apologies before. Nothing's changed. We had an apology from the police before 2014. Nothing's changed. And we found out afterwards that the information we were given in 2014 in the event was misleading. So, disappointed.
They were giving apologies when they were found out that there were, all this thing was going on. So it was just like a piece of paper. There, here, we messed up, here's your apology. File closed.
In the first letter you found it inadequate. How do you find this letter?
It's the same. There's been no public apology, the record hasn't been set straight, it's not a piece of paper, and it leads families like us to worry that in a couple of years are we now going to find out, as we have all the way through this process of 28 years, that something we were told now wasn't quite right. Things need to change and things need to be put right, and until that happens, an apology is meaningless. It's the action, it's the lessons that are learned, it's a change in behaviour that matters to us and to all the people that still contact us to say that what happened to us is still happening. Until that stops, this doesn't change anything.
I'm now going to move on to my last topic, and it's in relation to impact. Mrs. Reel, you've addressed impact and how the police actions have not only impacted your health, your family, and the justice for Ricky, and it has been covered throughout today. Is there anything else you would like to say about how the police surveillance has impacted you and your
Well, it's
family?
impacted the whole family, not just me. The way the news was broken, and also the spying of the police still continues. And it has impacted me pretty badly. I have been in and out of hospitals. In fact, I signed my statement while I was in hospital. And the fact that a police officer disguised himself as a supporter of the campaign and drove me home is just something I don't want to think about, but it gives me nightmares. It's, do you want to come on with the family? It's just, I don't know how to describe it, but I am broken. I'm not the same person anymore. I don't trust people. And one of the report about 81 shows that I invited him in. That's what I was like before. I trusted everyone. And I used to come home or, talk to people. I don't trust anyone anymore. He's destroyed me. This inquiry, all the revelations of what was going on has destroyed my life. I'm not the same person anymore.
I've covered all the topics I need to cover, but is there anything else you would like the inquiry to know?
No, because Lily's going to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Are we to have the usual break for Rule 10 questions?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Is there going to be any re-examination?
Yes. And
Yes.
it's going to be done like that.
Yes. We have a process here under which if people have questions that they want counsel to the inquiry to ask, then they have the opportunity to raise them with them now. We'll have another break. It's likely to be 15 minutes, I think.
Thank you.
Yes.
Chair, I have one question, one all-line to 10 question. Could document MPS 0748390, and Chair, that's at B17. Can I put on the screen page 2? Could we zoom into the second paragraph? So this is a special branch note dated 22nd December 1998. We've come across this earlier. Just to paraphrase the paragraph, this is about MFJ organising marches. I just want to focus on the last sentence, which starts on the third line from the bottom, which says, if support is not realised, then the march will simply become an MFJ event, which is what Grover, and in brackets in private, is hoping. Did you ever get the impression that Suresh Grover was more focused in promoting MFJ's agenda?
I think it seems to have been a running theme that Suresh was having private conversations with MFJ, and that was not the reality at all. Suresh was 100% focused on our campaign, and we were leading that campaign. Suresh was the coordinator, and we made the decisions, and everything we did off our own back, peacefully. We didn't coordinate it. So Suresh wasn't having those private conversations, absolutely 100% not. And so I question the purpose of what's said in the note, because it's simply not true.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Reel, Miss Reel, I've got a few questions on some brief topics for you. Firstly, information sharing about your campaign within the Metropolitan Police Service. If I could just have up MPS 0720946. This is a document that you've already been taken to. It's a briefing note that was prepared by HN10, Robert Lambert, one of HN81's managers. And you were previously taken to page 9, if we can just briefly go back to that. And the second paragraph there. And this is the paragraph that indicates the STS is concern about potential police embarrassment arising from your case, and the implication that HN81 David Hagan was well placed to monitor developments in relation to that campaign. If we can just then go back to the top and page 2 of that document, and we can see a little bit more about the way in which that briefing note was shared. We see at the top here that there's a note dated the 3rd of September 1998 from Manager Detective Chief Inspector HN58, indicating an intention to share this note more widely within Special Branch. But then if we can go down to page 3, and we see there in response a note dated the 14th of September 1998 from Colin Black, who was the Ops Commander in Special Branch at the time. And his handwritten response states, "Thank you. These papers confirm that SCS is, as usual, well positioned at the focal crisis point of policing in London. I'm aware that DI Richard Walton of CO24 receives ad hoc, off-the-record briefings from the SCS. I've reiterated to him that it's essential that knowledge of the operation goes no further. I'd not wish for him to receive anything on paper. I've established a correspondence route to DAC Grieve via DS McDowell, formerly of SO12, and opened an SP file, or SP file potentially, for copy correspondence with CO24. It will, of course, fall to C Squad to provide the bulk of that material. They'll undoubtedly consult SDS as appropriate." So we can see from this document and the notes appended to it that not only does there appear to have been a particular concern within the SDS about embarrassment to the force arising from your campaign, and a desire to keep an eye on that campaign, but also that somebody very senior within Special Branch indicated that this sort of material about your campaign and others was to be shared with people like DAC Grieve in the task force and Richard Walton, and that there was a particular desire for those briefings not to be done on paper. So just taking all of that into account and the way in which that information was shared and the apparent commitment to secrecy, do you have any comment particularly on that part of the document?
I think, firstly, SDS saying that they wouldn't share knowledge outside SB, this demonstrates that it was being shared, and at quite a high level. So officers at quite a high level were aware not only of the information sharing, but were actually facilitating it. And their emphasis on there not being a paper trail, I think, goes to the fact that they knew that their actions were not justified. They knew that this was not collateral damage, that this was a very deliberate, orchestrated chain of decision-making here, and they knew it wasn't justified, they knew it wasn't lawful, they knew we weren't any threat to public disorder. And if they didn't know it, Grieve, who was part of this communication network, who was working openly with us, knew it because he was running the second investigation into Ricky's death. And because they knew that, they wanted to keep it secret. It was their intention that this would never, ever come to light.
And on a very similar theme, if I can just put a further document to you, and that has the reference number MPS 0748392. This is another Special Branch note, and if we can just go down to page 6. Should say this was a note written by members of the SDS and dated the 10th of September 1998. But if you can just see at the bottom of this page, at paragraph 7, under the title, The Justice for Ricky Reel Campaign, it reads, "This campaign surrounds the death of an Asian youth whom his supporters believe was the victim of a racist attack. As previously stated, Suresh Grover is the spokesman and has not been slow in drawing parallels with the Lawrence inquiry, claiming Reel's death shows up further proof of police racism. Sukhdev Reel has appeared as invited speaker at SWP organised public meetings concerning the inquiry and has gained a measure of publicity from both the local and national media. The campaign plan to march on Kingston Police Station on 14th of October 1998, and Mrs. Reel intends going on hunger strike from the 19th to 21st of October. Mrs. Reel also hopes to be invited to address the inquiry but is awaiting their decision." So we see there's quite a bit of information, both about your public speaking commitments, a plan for a march, plan for a hunger strike, and your intentions to participate in the Stephen Lawrence inquiry. If we can go then to page 2, which is the top of that briefing note. And then if we can zoom in on the heading, the Stephen Lawrence campaign, associated organisations, and the text underneath, perfect. We see there in italics that it states, "This note is produced for the information of the Commissioner of Police, DAC Grieve, and Superintendent Thornton. It contains secret and delicate source material." So that suggests that information about your campaign plans, speaking engagements, etc., was provided not only to people like DAC Grieve, but also the Commissioner himself. Yeah. Similarly, do you have any response to that document?
I see that the information was provided to all of these people. I will ask Tish because I'm too angry to address this. But one thing clearly makes sense is that we had vigil or demonstration, as you call it, outside the Scotland Yard at one time, and we were asking to see the commissioner. I think that was Mr. Condon at the time, and he refused to see us. And we continued, and he said, "Well, I'll see you, but only for 4 minutes." So this rings a bell. He was already being told of what was going on, so there was no need. That's why he didn't meet us.
Again, it just shows that information was being shared outside of SDS across the highest levels, and we had at various times met various commissioners of the police, all had correspondence with them, and all while asking for fresh inquiries, and all the while this was going on. And again, that assurance that that information wasn't being shared at Special Branch is clearly incorrect. That assurance given to us in July 2014 was made knowing that it was incorrect.
And just on that assurance and the evidence you've already given about the meeting that took place in 2014, there is actually a document which records minutes of that meeting. If we could just turn to that, it's at MPS 0738102. And I just had a couple of questions for you on the Met's approach to communication with the family and the accuracy of assurances that you were given.
Sorry, is it on my...
You should be able to see it on the screen, and we can zoom into relevant parts if that helps. And this is titled "The Brief Points of the Meeting, the Constituency Office for John McDonnell MP, dated the 18th of July 2014. And I think, Ms. Reel, this is the document or the meeting that you referred to earlier in your evidence. Is that right?
It is, yes, thank you.
And this is when the Met told you that as a family or campaign, you'd been subject to some degree of undercover surveillance.
Yeah.
You can see there at the top, attendees are listed. You're both obviously included in that list. And then from the Met, we see that DSU Craddock and a redacted DC were also in attendance to represent the force. Now, if we can just go through some of the information that you were given in that meeting. Firstly, back to page 1 in the second substantive paragraph, so the one that starts DSU Craddock explained.
Yeah.
It says that DSU Craddock explained that Ricky O'Reill's family had never been the subject of an SDS operation and had never been targeted. And then if we go slightly further on in the paragraph, the information was held by Special Branch and not shared within the Metropolitan Police Service. Now, I think you alluded to this briefly earlier, Ms. Reel, but knowing all you know now, was that an accurate assurance from the Met?
That was very far from accurate. We've just seen from the reports you've shown that not only was it shared in the Met, but it was shared up to the highest levels within the Met.
Turning then to the paragraph second from the bottom of this page that starts DSU Craddock explained. So you were told that to access intelligence reporting, you could make a subject access request. But then, third line up, says the purpose was to reassure the family that they were not the subject of infiltration or undercover activity. Again, do you consider that to have been an accurate statement?
Absolutely not. We were subject of both of those and more.
And then page 2, the second paragraph, starts DSU Craddock explained. So you're told there about a number of intelligence reports that I don't think you had access to at the time. And then about 2/3 of the way down, it says he, DSU Craddock, went on to say that hopefully this would reassure that there wasn't anything personal about the family or Ricky and they were not the subject of infiltration. Now, given the intelligence reports that you've since had through this inquiry relating to, for example, your health and your distress at events, do you consider that was an accurate assurance?
No.
And then finally, page 4, the second paragraph. So we see here that a member of the family asks how confident was Operation Hearn that they had access to all documents and there hadn't been any shredding of SDS documents. If we could just go to the next paragraph down. DSU Craddock responded that he couldn't say that documents hadn't been shredded and that the MPS should have shredded any information that had been inappropriately gathered. Now, does this go to your concern about whether or not documents relating to your surveillance have been lost or shredded?
Yeah.
In this meeting in 2014, did the police at any point tell you that an undercover officer had had direct contact with Mrs. Reel in the privacy of having given you a lift in his car?
They did not.
Even though they had this information at the time, but they decided not to disclose to us simply because they were reassuring all the families, justice family campaigns and everything, that there was no direct infiltration on them, whereas they already had a report of H81 direct spying on me. So they tried to keep it quiet so that the other families don't question them.
Finally, just then on that point, if we could go to MPS 0738094. This is, as we can see on page 2, a file note that was provided by DSU Craddock, who you had the meeting with in July of 2014 to Operation Hearn, and it's a note of a meeting dated 18th of August of that year, so it's about a month after the meeting we were just discussing. If we could go to page 3, which records a note of the meeting that took place. We see right at the top that this meeting involved HN81, David Hagan, Assistant Commissioner Hewitt and DSU Craddock. We can just zoom into the third paragraph down that starts HN81 made brief reference to his illness. Now we see here HN81 raising concerns that it had been claimed during a Metropolitan Police Service media conference that it had been claimed that no officer had met the Reel family, which he noted was inaccurate, as he'd met you, Mrs. Reel, and he'd provided you with a lift home. Now, in the same paragraph, we see that Assistant Commissioner Hewitt explained that he was aware of the incident, he'd been briefed, but had been careful not to make particular suggestions as to any contact that had taken place. You can then move down to the next paragraph, and perhaps if we can capture those next few lines on the bullet points, please. Now we see here some review of the comments that had been made in the public media briefing, and then next paragraph down, please. Comment, I can see where this confusion occurs as the statement is correct. There are no references in SDS documents to HN81 directly meeting families. This revelation came during the interview with him by Operation Hearn. So it appears on the face of this document that a discussion took place about whether to disclose the fact of the lift having taken place, and that a decision was made that no further public statements or correction of the record would be made. Following this meeting, in August of 2014, so about a month after your meeting with the Met. Was there any communication with you to inform you about the lift or your direct contact with HN81 David Hagan?
Not until we had the report.
So there was nothing until we got
Yeah.
this report.
So it was
Years
through
later.
disclosure from this inquiry
Absolutely.
that you discovered that such contacts had taken place?
Yes.
Taking all of that together and the communication you've had from the force since the time of your surveillance to the present date, do you think the Met have shown the candour and openness towards you that you'd expect of a public service?
No.
No, not at all, because when we were met with in July 2014 for the purposes of what they refer to as reassurance, the police knew that the police knew about the lift home. That's confirmed in the briefing meeting in August 14, that at the highest level, in fact, the police had already been briefed about the fact that there had been this lift and this targeted spying on my mum. They knew about it and they failed to say anything about it at the meeting in July. After that briefing in August, they didn't come back to us to correct their earlier incorrect statement, saying there'd been no direct or personal contact with my mum. They didn't correct it to us. They didn't correct the public perception either. The public perception was the party line for the Met, which was it was collateral intrusion. There was no direct intrusion or spying, despite that briefing in August 14, and HN81 coming forward and saying, well, actually, I did do this. A, at the highest levels, the police were already aware of the lift, but B, they didn't take any steps to correct the public perception either. And I think this is just a continuation of the secrecy that we've experienced from the police from the day that Ricky went missing until today. And it's a pattern of behaviour we see from the Met, that their first position is one of denial until they're faced with evidence where they can't deny it. And then they use terms such as collateral intrusion to almost admit it but soften it and manage the PR around it. And this is a prime example of that happening in practice.
I feel really angry about this because from the notes, it was quite clear where Mr. Lambert is seen to be saying that, yes, he, N81, have addressed this, but I don't remember. Then we have Mr. Tiddy, I think he's called, and that's when he said, yes, DC N81 must have told me, but I don't remember. So this is selected amnesia. So if they don't want to answer their questions, they said, we don't remember. I wish I can forget what happened to me, but I can't. So they fooled the public by saying, no, your campaigns are collateral intrusion. But in fact, this was a direct intrusion, spying on us as a family. So in 2014, they knew they've done wrong. They should have come to us and say, look, this is what's happened. For 11 years, they kept us in dark, not only us, but the whole public. Yeah, so their lies have continued. They started lying to us in 1997, and to this day, they have been lying. And I know this doesn't cover it, but we had a meeting with the police only last year, Assistant Police Commissioner, and he lied to us as well in Scotland Yard, saying we don't have the files. So this culture of the police lying, especially to black families, not giving them justice, you know, it just continues. And I don't think there is a police officer in the Met Police good enough, qualified enough, decent enough to give Ricky justice. I don't think there is. And I hold my head high now to say, yes, my son, I can finally look in the mirror, which I haven't been able to do for the last 28 years. I can look now in the mirror and say, Ricky, I've done all I can to get you justice, but the justice has been denied to you by the police.
I think the other issue with the note is it tells us that we haven't got all of the disclosure, or that it existed at one point but has been destroyed because there is no note, and that account that HN81 is giving there is some years after the actual lift was provided.
That was all the questions I had for you, but I know you came today with a number of issues you wanted to ensure were covered. Is there anything else you'd like to add before your evidence finishes?
I had a couple of points I wanted to add, if that's okay. First thing is, there seems to have been a lot of discussion about, a lot of focus on MFJ and, other groups being involved in the campaign, and Suresh Grover having different conversations with these groups that were private. I just want to make clear that that didn't happen, and that's not accurate, and that we've known Suresh for 28 years, and those things categorically didn't happen. The campaign was born out of necessity. My mum was just working full-time at the time. Ricky was at university, I was at school. My sister was at university, my younger brother had just started secondary school. And we had lived probably, compared to the life we lead now, very much in a bubble. We hadn't really suffered overt racism. We hadn't come under the radar of the police for any of the wrong reasons. And our parents had always raised us to be law-abiding, to follow the rules. No one wakes up one morning and decides, I'm going to double up on the loss that I've already suffered in losing my son or my brother, and I'm going to make my life even more difficult, and I'm going to set up a campaign and to get justice. No one makes that decision. It was done at great personal cost to our family, who still haven't recovered. I'm not sure we ever will. We're sat here 28 years after Ricky's death. I was 17 when this happened, and I'm in my 40s, and I have my own children, and this is trauma that's going down from generation to generation. And the campaign was set up because we weren't getting the answers we deserved, and that Ricky isn't here to ask for himself. So none of this was by choice, and none of this was a conscious decision. But any suggestion that our campaign was in any way led by anybody else, or that there were others trying to have conversations in private, is just a distraction from the real issue. And the real issue is that the police spied on us, and there was no justification for it whatsoever. We led the campaign, we made the decisions. Suresh was the coordinator, but we led it. We had support from others like John McDonnell, but we led it. And we had other supporters on the periphery, but we led it all the way. And everything we did was peaceful. Like many of the other high-profile justice campaigns at the time, everything we did was peaceful. We did pickets, where we got permission to picket. We did candlelight vigils in memory of Ricky. We did petitions to the Prime Minister. We did hunger strikes. All of those things were at great personal cost to us, because we had to relive the events and tell our story openly, rawly, over and over again. No one chooses to do that. We did it because the police left us no choice, because they didn't give us the answers, and they treated us with racism, not once, not twice, but over and over again, from one investigation into the next. And so I just want to be very clear that we as families can speak for ourselves, and we did speak for ourselves. And we led those campaigns, and we continue to do so today. And any suggestion to the contrary is frankly insulting to us, I think. And those members that were originally involved in the campaign, such as Suresh, such as John McDonnell, they're still involved with us 28 years later. Now, the impact of what the police did to us has meant that we keep those we trust close. We don't trust very many people. Certainly don't trust the police, but it's very difficult to trust people and take them at face value, even if they hold themselves out to be doing things that are in our benefit. It's very difficult to do that. So you can imagine that if we trust Suresh after 28 years, that means something to us, because our trust is not something we give lightly anymore, at all. And I just want to be clear that the racism we suffered happened from the very first contact we had with the police on the day that Ricky went missing. And that polluted, contaminated everything from that date to today. So that thread has run through everything and all our experiences. And the difficulty with that is that that investigation, those first 7 days before Ricky was found, anybody knows that those first 24 hours in a missing persons case is absolutely crucial. It's called the golden hours for a reason. That's when the evidence is at its strongest. That's when you're likely to find forensics, witnesses, CCTV. But the police refused to take a statement for 24 hours. They wouldn't even accept that Ricky was at risk. They wouldn't accept the racist incident had anything to do with his disappearance. And that was what we were up against. And so that meant that there was no forensics when his body was recovered. There was no forensics on his clothes. The pathologist who undertook his first post-mortem was directed to look for signs of accidental death, and that's what he did. So we were forced into the most difficult position any family could of having to commission another post-mortem on Ricky. Just when you thought his dignity couldn't be stripped away again, we were forced into a position where we had to say, sorry, Ricky, but we're going to have to put you through this again. And that post-mortem found signs of injury and defence. The police gave us back his clothes the day after his body was recovered, after the first post-mortem commissioned by the police was done. And we were told, that's it, there's no more post-mortems, it's done. So they gave us back his clothes. We washed them, I washed them, me and my sister who sat over there washed his clothes, and we hung them out in the washing line. We were just a normal family. We didn't know anything about forensics, nothing at all. We didn't even know to ask the question, have you done forensics on these clothes? Why should we, why would we have had to ask that question? That was the police's role, not ours. We don't have those resources, we don't have those skills, we don't have that knowledge that the police have. So we washed his clothes. All the forensic evidence was lost. That was the police's job, not ours, and that's why campaigns like ours are set up. And that lack of analysis, we got the CCTV evidence. We obtained it. We walked the streets. Turns out during the inquest that there was a map of all the CCTV in and around Kingston, which had been collated as part of anti-terrorism efforts some years before Ricky went missing. The police didn't even know that that map, their own map, existed, which meant they didn't seize the CCTV, which meant that some CCTV, which was seized at our behest, was destroyed by the police without it ever being viewed. And we now know that that was likely to have shown quite cogent information about Ricky's last moments. That, as a family, is extremely difficult to live with, to know that we had no control over the fact that someone took Ricky's life, but the control we could and should have had in ensuring that Ricky's killers were brought to justice was taken away from us by police officers who were racist, incompetent, and more interested in spying on us than actually looking at who did this and will they do it again. And that lack of forensic analysis meant that when Ricky was found, we had very little evidence. So whereas in other cases you can revisit things like forensics, because Ricky's death was a river death and he was found in water, we simply don't have that evidence. And it's lost to us forever, and that's squarely down to the police. And we now know that they were more intent on spying on us and looking at whether my mum was crying or upset or a good public speaker than actually looking into why Ricky went into the water into the first place. I also want to be clear that we're very clear about why we were spied on. And any suggestion that there were other organisations or anything involved, it's just muddying the waters. The reality is, we were targeted because everything we did was lawful. There was no public disorder related to our campaign. That's not something we believe in. You've heard that from my mum. That's how we were raised and we're still raised. That's how I raised my kids. But we stood up. And we stood up at a time when there were other families, including the Lawrences and others, who were standing up saying the Lawrence case is not actually, sadly, an exception, which is what the police would have everybody believe. It wasn't an exception, it wasn't a one-off, and it was still happening over and over again. And that was not a narrative that the police appreciated, because they were working overtime to manage their public image and show that they had learnt lessons from Lawrence. In our case, and others at the time, showed that in fact they hadn't. And if anything, they had doubled down on their efforts to shut down any family who called them out for being racist or incompetent, because it didn't serve their purpose. And we were spied on because we raised our voice. We were spied on because we were working with people who were peaceful, but high-profile people like Suresh Grover and John McDonnell. And we were spied on because we were working with other families. We weren't working in isolation, and thank goodness we weren't, because we wouldn't have been here today to tell you our story. We were supporting and supported by other justice campaigns and other individuals who had suffered what we had suffered, sadly, or who were supporting people who were going through what we went through at the time. And because of that, we were targeted. Because we wouldn't stay quiet, we were targeted. And because we made absolutely clear that we would not stop, and we will not stop until we get justice for Ricky, and all those others out there who are and aren't part of this inquiry, we will not stop. And because of that, we were targeted. And there was, we didn't need to link our case to the Lawrence case or other cases. It was blindingly obvious when we told our story what the parallels were. There were articles in the press at the time which said, first Lawrence, now Ricky Reel, and mentioned another high-profile case. What next? There was a huge amount of publicity around it. And the police were threatened by that. And you can see from the surveillance reports that we do have that there was absolutely no public disorder in anything we did. And so it's quite obvious to conclude that the reason we're being targeted, and as you've seen in the reports, was that they were worried that we were being supported. We were coordinated in the sense that we were supported, families were working together. We weren't working against each other. And we've seen in the surveillance reports that the police are preoccupied with identifying divisions between family justice campaigns. That was the emphasis of so much of that surveillance. They were so interested in what banner families were working under. And that tells you everything you need to know about why they targeted our family. And it was nothing, and it was certainly not collateral, as we've seen from those reports. And the suggestion that it was collateral in 2014 was misleading, and it was insulting. And it just shows that the police will only accept they have made an error when they are forced into a position with undeniable evidence that they have made that error. And we as a family are fed up of being in that position over and over again. I'll try and keep it short, I'm very sorry. I would just say, just in conclusion, that coming here today for my mum, my sister's here, my dad sat at the back there, and he has suffered every step alongside my mum. It's been really difficult to come here and talk about this openly. And for everyone who's participated in this inquiry, the women who had, I'm not even sure you can call them relationships because they weren't relationships, they weren't consensual. But those women, those other environmental campaigners, individuals like Suresh and others who have come under the surveillance from working with families like ours. We've all come here at great personal cost to lay ourselves open again and again and again, and this will keep happening. But why do we do it? We don't do it because it serves our benefit. This is not going to help us understand, find out why or how Ricky died. But we're doing it because we've got responsibility, all of us have, to understand why this happened, to be clear that it's not collateral intrusion, and to make sure it doesn't happen again. Because no family deserves to go through what we did at our lowest ebb, to be spied on by the police, and then told it was collateral, and then told, well, actually, it did happen and we're very sorry. No one deserves to do that. But it's been very difficult for us to come here. And my dad, it's been very difficult for him and my mum. And it's frustrating that officers like HN81 haven't come to give evidence. We all have health issues, we all have difficulties, we all have our own...
trauma.
Yeah, trauma. But my mum lost her son, and that's not something she can get back, and yet she's here. And I would ask the inquiry to take that on board, please. So, if you don't mind, my mum has a short statement she would like to read, if you wouldn't mind.
Of course.
I'm very
I'll
grateful.
read it as quickly as possible.
No, take all time that you need.
Thank
There's
you.
no pressure of time.
Thank you.
Would you provide a copy to me when you've read it?
I will.
Thank you.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say thank you to you, sir, for giving me the opportunity to discuss this case and bring it to the public attention, and to each and every one of you for coming here and supporting us. Thank you. And the impact of these revelations of spying has been devastating. For nearly 2 decades, I have lived with grief, guilt, and constant stress. I suffer from nightmares in which I see eyes watching me all the time. I have insomnia, panic attacks, and constant anxiety. The stress contributed to serious health problems, and I'm not the same person I was before 1997. My family has suffered too. My children lost a brother, and I also lost a mother, which are where I used to be. I spent years campaigning, attending meetings, fighting for justice instead of being present for them. My husband has borne the weight of supporting us all. Our lives have been dominated by court hearings, inquiries, and hospital visits. We have spent 28 years trying to uncover the truth, only to learn that we were being spied upon. What hurts most is that the police seemed more interested in protecting their reputation than in finding out what happened to the Ricky. They spied on me because I'm an Asian mother prepared to speak up. They feared my campaign because it challenged their failures. They characterized our case as collateral intrusion, yet internal documents show that it was personally targeted, coordinated, and fed into senior levels of the source. This is institutional racism and sexism in action. The McPherson inquiry described the Metropolitan Police and as institutionally racist in 1997. Our case shows that by 1998, the police were already worrying about another Lawrence-style embarrassment and were willing to spy on bereaved families to avoid it. Over the years, we have learned that many others were being spied upon by undercover police in similar ways. We now know that numerous justice campaigns led by bereaved families just like mine, who were courageously fighting for truth after unimaginable loss, were monitored and reported on by these units. We know that even beyond the families, women who were duped into false relationships and social justice campaigners exercising their democratic right to protect were infiltrated and surveilled as if they were enemies of the state. Undercover officers stooped so low as to steal the identities of deceased children to build up their fake personas, meaning that completely innocent families, already devastated by the loss of a child, had their child's memory exploited and without their knowledge or consent. This is a cruelty that beggars belief, and the betrayal did not stop with us. Families, the campaigners. It is extended to those who stood shoulder to shoulder with us in a fight for justice, professionals and advocates who supported families like mine. I want this inquiry to do what the police have failed to do, tell us the truth. I want it to acknowledge that my family was targeted and infiltrated. I want it to name the officers involved and explain what happened to all the documents which are missing. I want to know whether intelligence about us was shared with the coroner or any other bodies, and I want to see those reports, please. I want this inquiry to make it clear that families who fought for justice are not enemies. We should not have been spied on. We should have instead have been supported. We believe in the promise of justice. We believe that if the truth is exposed in full glare, a society can begin to heal, and important reforms will follow. We believe the inquiry can be a force for good, but that will only be true if the inquiry does not shy away from bold decisions, conclusions, recommendations.
This inquiry has a duty to not let us down. Too often in the past, public inquiries and reports have been raised, expectations only to bury the real accountability in vague language. That cannot be allowed to happen here, not after everything we have given, not after the wounds we have reopened to assist this process. Our country is at crossroads. Trust in the police, especially in the marginalized communities, is hanging by a thread. The findings and actions that come out of this inquiry will either begin to mend the trust or break it completely. If the inquiry robustly confronts the racism and misogyny at the heart of this scandal and recommends strong measures to prevent such abuses in the future, then we can say that our pain had a purpose. But if this inquiry fails, if it minimizes the profound wrongdoing that occurred or shields those responsible or produces a report that gathers dust, then a dangerous message will be sent. It will tell the public that even when the police gravely abuse their power, they can get away with it. It will deepen the schism and disillusionment that many already feel. It will be, frankly, another betrayal, one we fear would erode faith in the British justice in a generation. That is why I urge you, Sir John Mitting, and all involved in this inquiry to be fearless and to be fair. Do not allow any institution or individual to put themselves above accountability. For the sake of our country's future, shine the brightest light on those dark chapters and ensure that lessons are learned. We are at a turning point, a moment when we as a society decide what we will tolerate from those who police us. Will we tolerate spying on grieving families? Will we tolerate the sexism that enabled undercover officers to abuse women? Will we tolerate racism that views families of color as potential extremists simply for demanding justice? Or will we say never again and put in place the safeguards, oversight, and cultural change that needed to make sure that this never happens to another family like mine? For me, the choice is clear. I have devoted the last 28 years to fighting for justice, and I do not intend to stop now. I urge the inquiry do the right by the families and the individuals who have given you their stories when many of us who have lost so much stories are all we have left. Stories can be powerful though. Stories can drive change. Thank you for listening to my statement. I sincerely hope that in your final report and recommendations, you will speak truth to power. Because we are no longer watched. We are now watching. We are now doing the watching to watch what this inquiry does and next. Above all, I want justice for Ricky. My son was kind, promising young man. He deserved to live. He deserved a proper investigation. He deserved respect. So did we. I am speaking out not only for Ricky, but all the families who have been spied upon and misled. We deserve accountability, and we deserve change. I ask this inquiry to ensure that no other parent has to carry their child's coffin simply when he was killed because of his color. And no parent stand where I'm standing today. Thank you.
Mrs. Reel, I have met several people in the course of the inquiry who have suffered grievous loss, like you. Like you, they have all behaved with complete dignity and propriety, and I am deeply grateful to all of you. I know this is not an easy task for you to come here to give evidence orally and to look into, as you and your daughter have done with very great care, the documents that have been given to you by the inquiry and to make your helpful comments about them. I bear in mind what you say about what you hope from the inquiry. Please bear in mind that I am only a human being and I cannot achieve perfection. I will do my best, but that is all that I can promise. In June and July next year, the inquiry will hear live evidence from many of the senior officers who were in post at the time of the events that you were involved in. You will hear evidence about them which will perhaps put a slightly different light upon what you've seen in the documents already about what they knew and did and the purposes for which they did it. Until both you and I have heard them give evidence, I've read a lot of documents, but until you and I have heard them give evidence, then we must both, I hope, think carefully before reaching conclusions about it. When we met in May 2018, I had not read, as I now have, anything like the extent of the documents that I have, or heard the evidence that I have. And I'm well aware that the issue of so-called collateral intrusion is an important one which I must resolve, and I must resolve it in the light of all of the information that I've read and received and will receive. Please be assured that I do regard it, the reason for the reporting on family campaigns such as yours as very important, and I'm determined to get to the bottom of that reason, and I will do my best to do so. We will adjourn now until 10 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.